Well, a very good morning to you and welcome to a sunny Bristol where Gloucestershire's women take on Yorkshire's women in the Metro Bank One Day Cup League 2 competition, and this is an absolutely critical clash as far as both these sides' chances of making the semi-finals are concerned. They both come in with the same record, having played 6, won 3 and lost 3, and they are part of a group of 4 teams on that record, with Yorkshire occupying that fourth and final semi-final spot currently on net run rate. They are 2 points ahead of Gloucestershire because of the bonus point system. In fact, Yorkshire have taken 5 points out of all 3 of their wins. So when they win big. Gloucestershire, they're 2 of the 3 wins coming with 4 points, and then that a couple of bonus point wins it is for Gloucestershire. And they enter this off the back of that impressive win against Worcestershire by 53 runs, with the lower order rallying to send Gloucestershire up to 291. And then, despite some excellent batting from Worcestershire's top order, Gloucestershire held firm and ended up winning that one by a relatively comfortable margin. Ed Seaborn and Carol Camino are with you today on the Gloucestershire live stream. Welcome along wherever you're watching or listening from. We will run through the 2 teams in full in a moment, but Yorkshire winning the toss, electing to bat first. B. Willis to start us off. And immediately a bit of pad involved and down the leg side. So Erin Thomas is out in the middle alongside Amelia Oliver, 2 teenagers opening the batting for Yorkshire. Then Rebecca Duckworth, Maddie Ward, who is the captain and keeper, Amy Campbell, Olivia Thomas, the one change in today, replacing Megan McCall, Innes Blackwell, Ria Fackrell, Jess Woolston, Claudie Cooper and Hannah Rainey, as that will be the first run on the board. And very good morning to you, Carol. What about the Gloucestershire team?
Good morning. Yes, Gloucestershire team. We have for Gloucestershire B. Willis, who we've already mentioned bowling, Liv Daniels, number 27, Becca Halliday, 31, Prathana Reddy, 35, Alice Bird, 44, Caitlin Belcher, 66, Mega Hearn, 92, Alice Hill, and then Izzy Patel and Chloe Skelton. That's a change from last week, with Meg Austin rejoining her other squad, and that was another wide.
Yeah, so the main news for Gloucestershire, as you say, Meg Austin recalled, and I'm sure whilst there is no Tier 1 cricket at the moment, that is partly a case of just managing her through the busy summer that she's had playing across 2 tiers. Good looking drive, out for 4. First runs off the bat from Erin Thomas, and that is a very pleasing way for her to get her personal account up and running.
Indeed, and where the strip is today, it's a little bit further over than the previous matches we've commentated on. That is the shorter boundary that she found, but I think that would have found the rope on the longer one as well. So yes, the boundary rope is brought in from the side with the stand on it, but that is the longer side. The shorter side is on our left, so to the left of the flats as we look at it.
Indeed, yeah. Same pitch that was played on a matter of hours ago, I think it's fair to say. Day-night men's match yesterday. There's a nice looking drive again from Thomas. This time finds the hands of Hill at mid-off. So no Meg Austin, no Georgina Cant, who is unavailable for this game, and will certainly be a big miss for Gloucestershire given the form that she has been in. Started off with that half century at the end of the T20 Blast competition, and then that terrific 91 at Hove. Well, full toss, and that has been dismissed into the onside and out for 4. The outfield's quick, but even if it weren't, that was given a firm clatter by Erin Thomas, and I'm afraid to say rather got what it deserved.
Indeed, and then in these early stages with the field in, because of the power play, you really, if you get that ball in that position, you are going to get 4 runs, and that was a lovely shot.
So those couple of misses, but then also great to have Izzy Patel back today for Gloucestershire. She hasn't played since sort of mid-part, really, of the T20 Blast competition. Started that tournament off very well with both bat and ball. So her slotting into the middle order from a Gloucestershire point of view, they'll hope doesn't mean that they're missing out on a great deal. Toe end of the bat there from Thomas, and doing that close examination of the toe to check that everything's still intact.
Yes, I doubt the players playing in these games have quite the selection of bats that they might have for the professional tier, so they have to look after the ones they really like.
Full and driven. There's plenty of fielders in that circle on the offside, but Erin Thomas pierces them again, and that is a great start for Yorkshire. 14 off the first over.
Yes, and all the shots have been very low risk shots, and reap the benefits from that. So yes, Gloucestershire, I think maybe they needed an extra coffee this morning just to get them going. So
I'll tell you what I could have done with a couple as well. Oh, that was a little bit earlier than I would like, having come from Yorkshire this morning.
Yes, you've been on your adventures, haven't you, Ed?
Indeed, yes. The 5:30 alarm call, but I think I was up at about 5:10, and it just gets to the point you think, I'm not getting back to sleep here, so I just headed down to Leeds Station. 6:10 train this morning, but worked absolutely beautifully. We were ahead of schedule at just about every station, to my shock. So, Caitlin Belcher to bowl from the Ashley Down Road end, and it's going to be a chance for Amelia Oliver to have a look at the bowling.
Nicely played down to that third man fielder, but no run.
You really must forgive me if, especially in my slightly debilitated state, I do call Amelia Oliver Ariadne Oliver. I do read far too much Agatha Christie. So when I see A. Oliver, my brain might just go there at some point. I really hope it doesn't happen, but just advance warning and many apologies if it happens.
Well,
it's completely unintentional.
As long as Rebecca Duckworth doesn't become Vera Duckworth.
Gosh, I thought you were going to go somewhere else then.
No. I wonder if that's a nickname. But probably that Coronation Street character predates probably most of these players, so I think she's probably fairly safe.
I'm glad you reminded me which one of those it was. No, but just 17 years of age, Amelia Oliver has been part of the England under-19 development squad this summer. Pulled away, and that will be 4. It's not been middled really by Thomas, but she doesn't have to middle it. There's nobody at mid-wicket, and the boundary is short, the outfield is quick. 4 more runs.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad line. She just played positively and pulled that across just outside the off stump.
We did see in the last game, as we take another look at that delivery, just fetched really from outside the off stump, but sat up and allowed Thomas to swing it away. And we saw in that last game against Worcestershire with the ball, the dangers of just allowing a team to get off to a fast start. And, you know, there are going to be wides, but what Worcestershire did was not only deliver wides but no balls, and then Gloucestershire punished the free hits, ended up with 38 extras, but then even that doesn't tell the full story, because I think at least 3 of the 5 no balls, in fact maybe even 4 of them, were free hits that went for 4 as well.
It was. They'd really made it very difficult for themselves within those first few overs, and that's a lovely ball there from Caitlin Belcher. Goes straight through to the keeper. Bit of applause from the crowd to acknowledge that one.
Yes, beautiful bowling. Just a little bit of away movement couldn't tell actually watching it live whether that was off the seam or through the air. Maybe a bit of both actually, but certainly a good line to be bowling. There's a slip in place. Becca Halliday as well.
Yes, and at this stage there's nobody out of the circle in front of the bat. The two fielders are both behind square, one on the onside and one on the offside. Having said that, it's now the end of the over, so we'll see where the fielders go at this point.
Certainly what we do know with Caitlin Belcher is that when she gets it right, her best deliveries are right up there with the best deliveries. She's quick, she's awkward to face because of that slightly unorthodox action, and then she is able to move the ball both ways, so that does make her a tricky proposition, and she ended up really finishing off that game strongly in that win against Worcestershire last week. 3 for 46. Those 3 wickets I think were, oh no, 3 of the last 4 it was. 3 of the last 4 wickets to fall.
And as you've already mentioned, Ed, her batting contribution was very, very useful at the end there in her 50 partnership.
Willis to continue.
Oh, a little misfield there, but it's all right. I think the batters already decided they weren't running.
Yeah, well, it was a remarkable effort from Gloucestershire. They were given that fast start. Becca Halliday making 62, but then from 205 for 8, having lost 3 wickets for 3 runs, then to make 291 from that position. Really pleasing stuff from their point of view. It's another good ball from Willis, which perplexes Oliver slightly. Sounds quite windy out there, but it doesn't look windy. I'm struggling to work out where this noise is coming from.
I think that little period of silence, Ed, I think it was probably both of us trying to find flags to see how they were looking. The trees aren't blowing a huge amount.
No. I'm not sure whether the microphone might have been disturbed, or perhaps I've turned it up so far. Try and hear.
Or there's just one very windy spot at the ground between buildings.
Or somebody's blowing on it. That would be a proper troll move for the broadcasters, just go and blow on their effects mic. Slips out.
Well, at least with it not being a double header, Ed, you don't have the giant blow-up apple and the compressed air being pumping into it that we had earlier.
Gosh, that was extraordinary, wasn't it? Yes, of course. I forget we've got history when it comes to mysterious noises. Yeah. Who's doing hoovering on a Sunday afternoon? Somebody at Gloucestershire is just particularly assiduous in their work to keep the place clean and tidy.
Well bowled and well played there, but Liv Daniels in her usual place at that sort of short cover position stops the run.
So no runs at all off this second over from Willis. Yeah, they took their time to be inflated, and then they seemingly wanted to deflate them as well. You'd have thought they might just have left them to deflate, but no. Perhaps they wanted to pack them away. That is going to be a maiden over as Ahern with a good tumble away to her left at backward point, and so Willis following up what was a good over from Belcher first up as well.
And that's a good recovery from Gloucestershire after that. Those more expensive first couple of overs to come back with the maiden in the power play. So they'll be pleased with that. Gets it all a little bit more under control, but still ticking over at the run rate of 7.
I am told, wasn't able to watch any of it unfortunately, but the pitch played well yesterday. It looks very similar actually to the pitch that Gloucestershire played Worcestershire on the women's side, and then played a men's match on that the next day against Leicestershire. Both of those were really good games of cricket, and hopefully, having had another one yesterday, this pitch will deliver again. They don't tend to change a great deal, and it has only been, as I said, a matter of hours since they finished playing. When used, pitches at Bristol get very slow and low. Tends to be maybe a couple of days in between times that they're used.
Yeah, that one from Belcher there, I mean, it didn't lift a lot, but it certainly wasn't staying low either.
No,
so
it's taken Thomas on the thigh pad, hasn't it, off
yeah.
a pretty full length, so there is enough bounce there if you're bending your back, as Belcher is.
Yes, and as much as it's lovely to see really big scores and the batter's really dominating, I do like to see a wicket that's giving the bowlers a chance as well.
Because the outfield and the dimensions today will give the batters something anyway. That's been thudded really off the bottom of the bat from Thomas, so the run of dots continues. Gloucestershire building them up. Not that Yorkshire are under a huge amount of pressure given what Thomas in particular did in that first over, but just beginning to establish a little bit of control back. Gloucestershire with these tight deliveries. Oh, and that does force the big shot from Thomas, and she's a little fortunate to get away with that one. A thick bottom edge onto the pad, and that could very easily have gone back onto the stumps.
Yes, it looks like she tried to play that through the onside, pulling across, but it came back on. She played it back on her own leg and was slightly fortunate that it didn't head in the direction of the wicket.
I don't know whether that's a little bit of pressure or whether it is just the fact, and it's something you say so often, that short boundary to the onside gets so tempting. You try and drag a ball that's outside the off stump over to that onside and get yourself in a little bit of trouble. No, plays it through the offside. That is an elegant shot from Thomas. She's played some beautiful looking drives already, and that is right up there with them, and it's a chase of about 3 miles for Alice Hill to go and pick that ball up.
Yeah, and I think that probably is a much safer shot to be playing against Caitlin Belcher. I don't think many people have successfully pulled Caitlin Belcher onto the leg side this season, so playing those ones that are slightly wider through the off, much better option and a good result.
Good placement again. Backward point cover, extra cover mid-off. They have stacked that ring, still with a slip in place. There's not much room there. Daniel's in close at extra. And straight to her that time. So
that was
4
on
runs
cue.
off the over.
That worked well. Ed, a straight up run nicely on cue there.
Nobody else is going to tee me up, so. Yeah, so bright start from Yorkshire, going at around about a run a ball through the first 4 overs, as there are other fixtures going on today in the Women's One Day Cup, 3 including this one, although both the other 2 are somewhat top versus bottom clashes. Certainly both Middlesex, who are playing Leicestershire, and Glamorgan, who are playing Kent. It is very important they win those in terms of those top 2 spots. As driving Oliver, and that's her first boundary, and that is as good as anything we've seen from Thomas so far. It was a low full toss from Willis, but pure timing to find a boundary through extra cover.
Yeah, just leant into that, played it away nicely on that, through that fast outfield to the offside there. I shall be pleased with. That's a great way of getting off the mark.
That is really a fine way to put a full toss away. I mean, you got pretty much the run of the place when you get a full toss, but why not put it away like that? It must just set you up really well as a batter, especially She was 1 off 7, so finding one right out of the middle of the bat, just stroking it away. That's a good comeback from Willis, and also well played by Oliver, because if you go driving that, there's enough movement with these new white balls that you can still bring that edge into play, even though Gloucestershire, for Willis, unlike for Belcher, don't have that slip in place. There's still Katie Jones there to grab a potential outside edge. Oh, and again, that is sumptuous from Oliver, and 2 boundaries in 3 balls.
And again, I mean, that was almost just a push through the offside. It was played nicely, but as you said, Ed, absolutely great timing, and just pushed it away on the shorter boundary here. And I think sometimes you can tell the quality of the batters by whether they look rushed or not. And she's not. She's just looking like she's getting into the right position early and playing these really nice shots all along the ground.
Down the leg side, I think there was something on that, but I'm not sure that it was bat. It's going to go for 4 as well. Trickles over the boundary rope at fine leg. In fact, there was bat on it.
I was trying to think. I wasn't sure it could be anything other than bat. But so yes, technically a chance, but it would have been a very difficult one to take down that leg side.
See a replay here just to see how close Jones was to this one. It was quite a thick touch and always dying on her. That really did die off the bat.
Yeah, she got across, but it's, as you said, it just bounced in front of her, so she couldn't get at it, and then it just beat her in that bounce. Now she's had to move the equivalent 2 yards in the other direction for a wide on the offside.
It's a bit of a way swing there from Willis, but unfortunately it started wide and got wider.
Yes.
So another big over for Yorkshire. They've done really most of their scoring in just 2 overs, but rattling along. Oh, that's a bit of a waft from Oliver inside the wide guidelines.
Yeah, she's just trying to play that backward of point there, but the bat just went under the ball.
I suppose from a perspective of Yorkshire's season, really, as I said, when they've won big, and if there's that settling start for them here, well, that has been edged, but it wouldn't have been a catch for a slip. That have needed at least a second slip to have caught that one, but it was a genuine edge. But it adds another one to a good over from a Yorkshire point of view. 37 without loss after 5, but you sort of feel as though Gloucestershire could make life very awkward for Yorkshire if they can take early wickets, and then there's that little bit of a sense of eek. This is a game that we really need to win, because if Yorkshire don't win, then Gloucestershire are leapfrogging them in the table, even if Gloucestershire don't end up in, well, in fact they will, of course, because of the other fixtures. They will end up in the top 4, Gloucestershire, if they win this. But the start, you feel, especially given that Yorkshire have won the toss, decided to bat first. Start is important, really important.
It is, and they will have seen what the score that Gloucestershire made last week, which they'd almost be having to look at as a par score. So that 291, they're going to realise they're going to have to make a big score today to make this a competitive game. There's Belcher coming in again now.
Yeah, taking the slip out for her as well, so there's a short mid-wicket.
Crowds the batter a little bit there and unable to get that away.
Yeah, it's a good line to bowl with that short mid-wicket in place, and Gloucestershire, I think, whilst they do still have a short extra cover and 3 other fielders in the ring on that offside, there is the sense from the early stages that these Yorkshire batters are quite happy to drive with abandon through the offside, and so maybe tightening up that line, even if it is to the shorter boundaries, in order. Having said that, a little bit wider there, but the drive finds backward point.
Yes, it means Gloucestershire are going to need to give quite a lot of thought when they change to the other bowlers about who will be coping best with that shorter boundary and who's going to be able to protect that the best. I'm going back to Yorkshire. Although Gloucestershire have an outside chance of making the top 4, in a way they can relax and just play their cricket and enjoy it. Yorkshire, a lot of pressure on them. They will be playing in Tier 1 next year, so they are expected to perform. Another dot ball there. So they really need to be gearing themselves up for that, and there's a lot of expectation on them. And I think we talked about this last week about how I think sides are almost inspired when they're playing Yorkshire to try and play even better because of that. It feels like they've got something to prove. So yeah, some interesting psychology out there, I think. But Gloucestershire coming in off a back of good wins and just really wanting to carry that forward now. And as we said, with the pressure all on Yorkshire because they would be expected to be in that top 4.
Respectfully played by Oliver. Yeah, and I think the likes of, well, particularly Glamorgan, I guess. I was going to say the likes of Glamorgan and Middlesex. Obviously, those two have been the real form sides of the season, other than Yorkshire, who did still make the final of that blast competition. But at Middlesex, you'd have expected to be strong just because they looked so strong on paper. Oh, there's a reach for that one from Oliver, and slightly admonishing herself there because she has a couple of times just been caught playing that dangly shot outside the off stump. But for Glamorgan, I mean, they're going to be Tier 1, one more season. They might have that same pressure on them next year, but just being that year further away doesn't feel quite the same for them, does it?
No, that they've got more time to build into it. And they've made a good start today, certainly. Ken to 16 for 3 against them after 7 overs. So Glamorgan continuing to show that strength.
Gosh, that could be another very short day. Maiden over from Belcher, so we've had 37 on the board through 6, and 2 of those overs have been maidens. The umpire, Hemal Wijasuria, is just having a word with Belcher about where she's following through. And I think Belcher is saying, well, if I land there and then I run there, isn't that okay? No.
No, this isn't the first time that she's had conversations with umpires during this season. She does take that very straight line down the wicket, and when she's bowling well and avoiding the attention of the umpires, she just manages to sort of fall away at the end. But it could be quite serious for Gloucestershire if she continues doing that, and she would be taken off being able to bowl. But yeah, the conversation is continuing out at square leg.
So we have a change of bowling. Alice Bird is into the attack, and Bird, the other change to the Gloucestershire 11 from that game against Worcestershire. So an extra pace bowler, starting off well in movement and boring in on the boot of Erin Thomas, replacing Katie Dolman, who pace bowler herself and really bowled fantastically well up front against Sussex at Hove, but Bird bringing that extra pace to go with Caitlin Belcher as well, and B. Willis is certainly no slouch pace-wise either. Firm call of yes, and they come through for that single to wide mid-off.
Yeah, fielded by the fielder just on the edge of the circle there. But enough time to be able to pinch a single.
Wonder whether, with Erin Thomas on strike, Katie Jones might just be having a little word or two. They were teammates for England under-19s tour of Sri Lanka the winter before last. Reaching for that one and playing it well. Oliver, there's no deep third anymore. So they were almost giving her that shot, having seen her miss it a couple of times, but maybe just without that fielder down there, she thought maybe I don't have to be quite so delicate about this, made contact and hit it for 4.
Yes, because there was nobody between where the wicket-keeper's standing and a sort of a backward point fielder. So if she's getting anything of substance on that, it's going to go away for 4.
It's a little bit of a tough field to bowl to for Alice Bird, because although she's getting that in swing, she's got a deep square and a long leg, fairly close to each other, although it is a big boundary. She doesn't have too much license to bowl outside the off stump, but then that, I guess, is the potential reward there to the risk of the previous ball.
It is, and sometimes it can be about inviting the batter to play the shot that you want them to play and hoping that you're going to get a little bit of misjudgment and a snick through to the keeper.
Back of a length, but not quite timed that time by Oliver out into the covers. And Izzy Patel gets one of her first touches of the ball there.
Yes, we're used to seeing her running around in the outfield, but I expect once we get to the end of the power play, we'll see her go there. That seems to be her territory.
Oh, that's very wide.
Just didn't quite come out of the hand right. It was very short and wide on the offside there. So another run to the total.
It does still only count as 1, and it, to some extent, if you just bowl one that's on the wide guideline, it's probably going to get hit for 4 with that field. So maybe she's better off bowling it that wide than just a little bit straighter. Oh, edged, and that's sent Jones the wrong way. It's fallen short of her anyway, I think. And that's a fortuitous boundary. 47 without loss, Yorkshire after 7.
So I'm not quite sure what happened there. I think that was... Yeah, she stepped back outside her leg stump, so the keeper not unreasonably assumed that it was going down the leg side, but then it took the edge of the bat and went past her on the offside.
Yeah, very little chance there, because she's getting significant in-swing, is Bird, so... As you say, it's a tricky thing for the keeper. No chance of a catch anyway.
But that's always the dilemma as a keeper. You are, to some extent, tracking where you think the ball is going to go, but equally you've got to be able to be responsive if it does take that edge.
Belcher into her 4th over. And that's nicely driven and excellent fielding. Pratana Reddy on the edge of the circle at cover and saves what would have been a certain boundary, just the 1 added.
Yes, and that's exactly the sort of fielding that Gloucestershire need from their ring fielders, with nobody covering behind them. So they've really got to be on their toes to make sure those don't get through if at all possible.
Oh, is there an edge there? There isn't. Not out, says the umpire, as Gloucestershire are imploring the finger to go up, but it will not.
And there are no reviews. They could ask us, but I don't think that counts as official umpiring. We're just having a look now.
Well, you can't see the deviation. Everybody has gone up at once, which does often mean there's an edge, given that it was so far away from the body. If there's a noise, it's hard to see what else it could be, but we couldn't hear a noise and you couldn't see an obvious deviation.
I'm just keeping an eye there while the last 2 overs, last 2 balls about Caitlin Belcher and that running down the wicket. She's not been spoken to again by the umpire, but you can see, because she put so much effort into it, it's really quite hard for her to pull off that straight line as
you
she's
also
coming down.
have to wonder a little bit whether is the umpire actually having to focus quite a lot on that. Oh, another waft there from Oliver. She seems to be very good with the full wide deliveries, but the one's almost actually just that little bit further wide. Here's another look, and you'll be able to see the fielders basically all going up at once. So it wasn't as though it was just a couple of fielders heard something and then others joined late. It was just instantaneous.
So they'll all be, fielders will all be feeling a little bit hard done by, but can't say it or show it.
No. I do just want to pick that point back up again, though, because I have been in the past a hopeless umpire. I'm going to start this off by saying that. But sometimes when you know a bowler is really close to that front foot line or is potentially running on the danger area, you can be so focused on that that maybe just the odd thing just gets away from you elsewhere. And I'm not saying that it was the wrong decision. We have no evidence to suggest that it was or wasn't. But I'm just saying that as an umpire, sometimes that can happen. Also, when you've got somebody following through right in front of you, and even if they don't do it, you think, well, are they going to do it again? This is out to backward point, and Belcher continues what is a really solid opening burst from her. 4 overs for 10 and bowling at good pace. And just a little bit of a word with the umpire there, which I suspect is more about
was that okay? Yeah, yeah. I doubt very much.
Why wasn't that decision given out? It definitely didn't look like that anyway. But 8 overs gone, 48 without loss, and Thomas and Oliver both building good innings.
Yes, well, if you think of the sort of professional cricket and the top, the top tiers and the competitions, and the fact that you've got the third umpire looking out for the no balls, so in a way the umpire is able to play, needs less attention on that. You've got DRS where you can check whether the decisions are correct. But here we've got the umpires, and that in club cricket throughout the country as well, they're the sole arbiters of whether it's out or not, and that's a lot to have to take on all in one go. I wouldn't do it.
Wide down leg, and I must say I've thought this, that whilst you have the immense pressure of umpiring in an international game or in a franchise game or something, how much easier is it when you've got that DRS system to fall back on? Club umpires actually almost have it tougher.
Yeah.
Because there isn't much understanding of the differences. You always get people walking up to you making the T signal. Ha ha ha, how funny. That's you going in the book at the end of the game. No. You've got to be good-humoured about it.
Yes.
But yes, it's not original. It's not clever and it's not funny. In the air and caught. Off the leading edge from Thomas. And Alice Bird strikes. Catch taken by Skelton at extra cover, I believe it was. And Gloucestershire have that first wicket at the back end of the power play, a wicket that they rather needed.
Yeah, she got that line right. It just came in at her and trying to play a shot, and it just sort of caught that outside edge really and flew quite comfortably to the fielder.
Take another look there. It's a leading edge. I'm not sure if we could see just front on again, but whether it was just one of those where she just didn't quite shut the bat face on it rather than a leading edge. Let's have another look here. Yeah, it is more like that, isn't it? She's actually almost skewed it off the outer part of the bat rather than the leading edge. I thought she turned the wrists on it, but actually it was the opposite. She hadn't turned the wrists on it enough. But a pretty comfortable catch. Short extra cover, certainly by Chloe Skelton's standards. She's not going to drop that. So a 50-run partnership just missed by 1 run, but it's still a good start from a Yorkshire perspective, and it brings the experienced Rebecca Duckworth to the crease. One of several, it has to be said, especially as we've got Olivia Thomas playing in this game, who've made the move across the Pennines, which seems to be a no-no pretty much in the men's game, but Yorkshire finding a few players from over the other side. Cut away and all knocked down at cover. Ow, that has hit the hands of Willis, is it? At extra cover, or is it Reddy? Moved over there.
think it's ready. Can't see her number, but yes.
No, it's neither. It's Patel, of course.
Here we go.
That explains the... I'm just going to excuse myself because she hasn't been playing for a while.
Yeah, I didn't have her number on my list.
It's going to be watched through for a wide that time. So the 50 is brought up for Yorkshire. That previous ball, I mean, that was hit hard into the ground. One bounce out to extra cover, and then you probably saw the ball reappear back into your pictures from cover. That's how hard it hit Patel's hands, and understandably she's still just having a little bit of a feel out for all those metacarpals. That's a good delivery, which has that potential to sneak between bat and pad if you're not careful.
Thinking about what you just said, Ed, and the fact that in men's teams you tend not to get that Lancashire-Yorkshire movement, because women's cricket traditionally has been a smaller game with fewer players, the rivalries in some ways are less. So even at, I can think of clubs where they haven't got a women's section but that they've got a promising female player who then goes and plays for what might be seen as one of the local rivals, and that's the only way they were going to get good quality cricket other than just playing with the boys. But from a lot of the men's clubs they say, oh no, you're not going to go and play for so and so. And it was a bit of a selling exercise really to say, well look, if you want this person to have the opportunity to play a better standard of women's cricket, you're going to have to allow this.
Finding the gap on the leg side, Duckworth. Perhaps just for a single. No, they will turn it back for 2. So Duckworth gets underway. 9 overs complete, but the first successful over for Gloucestershire, 52 for 1.
And I think my standard line is, well, when you've got a women's team, they can come back and play for you. But I think we're seeing that, there's quite a lot of player exchange across all of the sort of counties at the moment, because we've got that 3-tier system at the moment. Players need to be playing at the standard that is right for their ability, and those tier 1 players who are not in the squads need to have opportunities to play. So we are seeing quite a lot of movement between the tiers at the moment.
Well, I say Duckworth experienced, and I mean she is, because she's got experience of playing regional cricket, both for the Thunder as they were and the Northern Diamonds as they were. She's still only 24 and born 2000. There was the first step where you felt old because people born in the 2000s were starting to play. As that's worn by Skelton at extra cover, but she's put her body on the line very much so in this stint with Gloucestershire on loan from Somerset. Shown absolute commitment, and now I think that is the official warning from the umpire to Belcher, which means that she will have to bowl now around the wicket.
Yeah, because we can actually see on the pitch here, if you were a left-hander coming in to face from this end, you can see where the footmarks are, and you'd be looking to be bowling at those footmarks where Caitlin Belcher's foot has been landing. So yeah, she's coming around the other side now. Let's see if she can correct her line on this one.
But yes, so the first stage was players in the 2000s making their debuts. Now, players born in the 2000s are becoming experienced players. That's just awful.
It is, and although I played for a long time, I am now judging by how many current players did I still play with. And I think when we played Glamorgan, I think I did pick out that a 13-year-old Lauren Parfitt was playing in one of the final games I was playing for Worcestershire.
Wow.
And we talked about Claire Boycott last week. But sadly, those players who I've actually played with are now few and far between.
Rebecca Duckworth can't even remember the Millennium Dome.
Or the year 2000 bug.
More's the pity, I think. What an experience that Millennium Dome was.
And it's still there.
Well, it is. It's found a far more useful second life, I think it's fair to say. Played out to mid-wicket by Oliver. No, I went to see in 2019, I went to see the ATP men's tennis finals when they were there. That was the first time I've been back to that structure since 2000. It's a rather different experience watching Roger Federer defeat Novak Djokovic to whatever the heck that was in 2000, walking inside a giant replica human body, that sort of thing. Pulled away and mistimed out to short mid-wicket. What else did they have? There's some sort of circus show, I think, going on that we saw.
Yes, Caitlin Belcher's that she's adjusted her line well coming round the wicket now. I think clearly she's got a lot of talent and bowls really well, but it may be something that she needs to go away and work on during the winter, just about getting that line as she's coming over the wicket and making sure that she is stepping away at the end. But it'd be a shame to change her effectiveness. But it's clearly something that she'll have to do a little bit of work on.
I have to say, though, that when she does switch to around the wicket, she's still really effective and obviously very happy bowling that angle to the right-handers. And in fact, sometimes she's even come back and done that late on in the innings anyway.
Yes, I think she did that last week.
Oh, that's gone over the top of the stumps, I think.
It did. It seemed to bounce and then go over the top. Wicket-keeper looking slightly distraught.
Good look from here. Yeah, bounces into the hard ground and over the top of the stumps, but it's another maiden over from Belcher, and despite the warning for running on the danger area, that is a cracking opening, I would assume, spell now. She has taken a cap from the umpire and bowling quickly. You'd have thought he wouldn't go too many more than 5, but 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10, and have to say assisting really in the wicket that ended up falling from the other end.
Yeah, but the change of line can be disconcerting for the batters as well, because we saw earlier just how nicely the early Yorkshire batters were playing through that offside, but with her coming round the wicket now, the ball coming across her, they're more difficult to find those shots to play.
So Bird with the first over outside that first 10 power play, flicked off pad, just a little bit of bat on that, and that would have been running away down to the fine leg boundary. Bit of a recovery for Kent, although they're still in heaps of trouble against Glamorgan at 36 for 3 in the 13th over, and Leicestershire going pretty well against Middlesex. Middlesex 50 for 2 also in the 13th over there. The gap between extra cover and backward point there, Oliver. No Izzy Routledge today for Middlesex at the top of their order, although Finty Trussler and Ariana Dowse is hardly a bad opening combination.
Yes, I think Dowse has come in on loan from Essex, I think it is.
Yes, I believe so.
Nicely bowled and just played back to the bowler, no run.
Gaia goal available for that game as well, came in at 3 and was dismissed for 8. Trussler for 16. Saskia Hawley's come out 11 off 4. Doesn't have much fear, Saskia Hawley. Played straight into the ground, again takes a really firm first bounce, but as you said, wouldn't be too long until we saw Izzy Patel out in the deep, and that's where she is now.
She definitely made that territory her home.
Well, all the clouds have very much disappeared. I think I can see one small, faint wisp away to our right-hand side, over to the sort of east.
It's absolutely clear sky and a slight haze to it, but no clouds whatsoever. I think it's going to be a really hot day by the time we get through to the afternoon.
Yeah, 27 degrees high forecast for today and tomorrow. The hot sunny weather just continues. Oh, I thought that was going to be a nasty one for a moment there. I think it's just dipped in time not to be called a no ball, and will just be a single.
Yeah, just a little thumbs up from one umpire to the other there, just to say, yeah, that's okay.
Usually the acid test for that, and I'm not saying that it is definitive or not, but it was a vertical bat shot played there rather than a horizontal bat, which is often the tell.
Yes, it just, as you said, it just dipped down at the end and sort of brought back it into the safe zone. We have a safe zone in cricket.
Well, we have a danger zone, so
we
we
can have a
must have a
safe
safe zone. And sometimes we have an activation zone, but not today, unless James Healy's got plans that I don't know about, our stream operator.
No, he's had
launching children into the Kennington Avenue.
Belcher is in fact staying on.
She is going to have a sixth over. And why not if she's going to continue bowling like that?
Exactly. It is, as we were saying in that previous over, sometimes that round the wicket line can be quite hard to know what, you know, unless it drifts slightly onto that leg stump, in which case you can get it away on the leg side. If it's on the stumps, it's quite hard to play away. So being very effective for her now after her little hiccup with the bowling over the wicket. Just played out to the fielder there for a no run.
Something was just flapping away over at long off. I think maybe just one of the covers was blowing a little bit for a moment. I thought that Oliver might pull out, but obviously not affecting her. I can think of plenty of batters even this season who would have taken any excuse to force the bowler to run in again, especially in a sixth over.
And especially in the heat.
Yes, exactly. It's quite a lot of things conspiring there.
Yes, because I suspect we're in a nice air-conditioned space here, so it's quite hard for us to judge on the temperature outside. But I think it will be brewing up to be really rather hot by this afternoon. And although Gloucestershire might have preferred to bat first, in fact, sending two batters out to bat is probably better than the whole fielding, the whole team fielding in really hot weather.
Yeah, hottest part of the day so often round about that 3-4 o'clock rather than midday. Just get started in the slightly cooler, little bit more humid, although that isn't always a good thing, I guess, when the temperature goes up, but in the morning the humidity just maybe provides a little bit of relief.
I think we've just got a little delay. I think this is Katie Jones's helmet coming on, so I think we can see that she's going to be standing up now.
Well, I was going to say what she will know from what Belcher's been doing in this spell is that she's not missing the stumps very much in terms of where she's targeting, although what so often happens is when the keeper goes up and you've got somebody bowling at a brisk pace, the bowler almost thinks, oh no, I can't fire one wide here, and of course that's exactly what happens. But let's see.
Let's see where you watch out for the one down the leg side. Oh no, that was
outside off.
And that's exactly what she's there for. She's rose nicely with the ball there, came comfortably into her gloves, just about a foot outside the off stump. So that's the shot that she's there for.
I can't. Speaking of, earlier on she had that one that sent her the wrong way with the in swing, but also right arm round there. That's got to be a slightly different thing to keep to.
It's not easy because your view is slightly obscured by the batter and where they're standing, particularly if they turn as they're playing. But if it comes through like that one, which was a little bit wider, that's come through. I mean, as a keeper, what you hate is the ones that come through by your ankles. But today, that's coming up nicely into the gloves.
And a third maiden over from Belcher. And that, by the way, Middlesex Hall of Fame wicketkeeper Carol Camino. I'm going to embarrass you.
Oh dear, yeah. Yes, I was I loved keeping wicket, but I was always in teams where other people were the wicket keepers. And it was only sort of in slightly later years, I think probably in most sports it would be veteran terms, that I kept regularly and kept for Middlesex, and I loved it. Best position, on the pitch. I would now quite happily keep wicket and not have to bat at all. I think we should have an arrangement where you can have 12 players, somebody can bat, I can keep wicket, and then we just play the game between us.
Go back to specialist keepers.
Yes.
Charlotte Edwards didn't mind a specialist keeper in the regional era.
Well, it's...
In fact, even in the 100 in that first year, I was looking back, Carla Rudd was the keeper when the Southern Brave made the final in that first year. She was batting at number 10.
I was thinking about this in relation to Katie Jones, because I rate Katie as a keeper, but people will not necessarily be selected on just the keeping ability. It's their ability to score the runs as well. I'm not sure I could have been terribly successful. I could score runs, but I would have been better in the 50 over game than in T20s.
But I think so often the way, though, that if T20 were more prominent, you'd have found a way to adapt, because it's just what you do, isn't it? Especially as a keeper also. You then really learn those scoops and ramps, because you've got the hand skills. Bowling from Alice Bird.
Well, once we had worked out that in fact it was okay to wear helmets batting, it opened up a lot of those shots. Because playing scoops and ramps with no helmet on is not a wise thing to be doing.
No, I'm not sure how they do it even with the helmet on, to be honest.
But you are playing it sometimes almost past your nose. That was well bowled.
Yorker. That was not far off being boot first, and if that were, then there would have been another sustained shout, but Oliver doing well, really, digging it out. She's had to slow down since the early part of her innings. Look at her look from that angle, yeah, so fired in from wide of the crease, but also then swinging in. That's well played. Got on top of that one and cuts it for 4. Still no fielder back at the 3rd boundary. And Oliver gets her innings back moving again.
Yes, I think an indication of how Gloucestershire have wrestled some control back is, if you remember in the power play there, we were up to a 7 and over, and it's now down to 4.5 runs and over. Oh, sorry, he's gone up again now after the 4.75. So they've pulled that back quite well from being over 7.
Round it down to the nearest half.
Yeah.
Now a little bit of a conflap here. Skelton and Jones in particular having a chat with Daniels just across the pitch, and Skelton is, signalling to Becca Halliday, who was fielding at mid-on, and I think they have decided that they do want that fielder, whether it's in the ring or back, just protecting that shot a little bit, taking away a fielder from the leg side, but then they do have fielders to spare a little bit, given that we're outside that first power play. The game has completely ground to a halt.
Oh. Sorry, a bit of sign language going on there to get some commentator refreshments.
Is that all?
They got
so don't, all the instructions that get passed through on pieces of paper in these boxes, all it was tea and coffee.
Tea, coffee, milk, sugar, question mark.
Yes, I'd love some sugar, please. So the fielder's gone in at gully, which I wasn't anticipating as one of the options, but it's a both defensive and potentially aggressive move, but no run to end the 13th over.
Yes, there was a bit of a sort of an inspection of the ball by Alice Bird at the end of that over, because I think it had gone away through the car park. It took a little bit of time to get back, and I think as a bowler you're trying to work out, it's been out on the tarmac, is there any damage there? But there was a bit of an Alice conference there with the two Alices talking to each other, and last ball bowled successfully.
Yeah, she really can hit it to deep wide car park today.
I'm glad I left my car the other side.
Oh, yes.
I'm behind the stand, so it should be all right.
Clever move, always come to Bristol. Not that they do it for everyone, just for you.
I don't need to say too much on the gate now. I think they recognise me now.
Oh, I should think so. So there is going to be a change of bowling, and we are going to get spin, I think.
Got a bit of a shoe problem going on down the far end there. Oh, and it's Belcher with her shoe.
Get spin. Actually, I thought for one moment that Daniels was actually going to bowl herself, but in fact, Belcher's just continuing.
This is a good stint.
Yes, well, this is making Mahika Gore's 20 of 25 balls the other day in the power play. It's putting that to shame. Admittedly, you don't get much of a break with 20 out of 25 balls, but 7 overs straight is a good shift. But while she's bowling this well, 6 overs for 10, if Daniels loath to take her out of the attack. Still boring in on those stumps, Duckworth having to keep it out.
Yes, it's an invitation. It's at worst, it's a defensive way of bowling, and that he keeps the runs down. But then the pressure switches onto the batters having to do something, in which case it becomes more of an offensive move and with the chance of taking wickets.
A bounce there from Belcher, well ridden by Duckworth, but good cricket all round as Megha Hearn stops it at backward point.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I mean, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielding on the leg side. With the line she's bowling, she'll probably prove me wrong with the next ball, but I wonder whether another fielder on that offside for the one that comes off the shoulder of the bat into that sort of gully type position might be a good idea.
Width on offer, but almost because of the control that Belcher's built up, she maybe buys the odd one there that doesn't get put away to the boundary, as Yorkshire are perhaps slightly thinking at the back of their minds, let's just see this off now. She can't keep bowling forever. I mean, she can't, because you can only bowl 10 overs, but I would be amazed if she bowls 10 overs straight. That would be quite something.
But sometimes when people are in their rhythm and bowling well, that's the way to do it.
Just couldn't quite guide that as fine as she'd have been hoping for, Duckworth.
We haven't seen that much in this competition, to be fair, where bowlers have bowled through. But if you can get to the end of the 20 overs and with the scoreboard pressure on the batting side, even though it's 50 overs, that's a good start. And particularly if you're confident that you've got the follow-up bowlers who can keep it tight.
That's exactly what I was going to come on to, because you have such faith in the likes of Skelton and the jobs that Daniels and Hill have been doing with those overs of off-spin. And you also know that a Skelton, for example, is very experienced at bowling at all stages of the innings. So almost, whilst she's being this effective, why not, if she can keep going, use her overs now?
Yes.
Might just be saving them for the back end, where having had a breather for an hour or hour and a half, things change. It's another maiden.
Might almost say that having been forced to bowl round the wicket has been an advantage in terms of the economy rate.
It certainly hasn't hurt her.
No.
I can say that much.
I think it restricts her wicket-taking balls more, but definitely makes it harder for the batters to score.
I still think, though, because she's got that ability, and I mean, on this ground, you think of somebody who bowled so much around the wicket and was so successful that the county was named after him for a while, Mike Proctor. I mean, Proctor's hat-trick of LBWs that he's famous for came when he was bowling around the wicket, and actually Belcher is doing what, in terms of angle, Proctor used to do, because he'd bowl round the wicket but send it quite a long way across the right-hander and then bring it back in. So a lot of the deliveries I've been watching have either only just pitched outside leg or have pitched in line still. So she's still able to bring that mode of dismissal into play.
Yes. I mean, I think it's potentially harder, unless it's a really full ball, it's harder for the umpires to be giving it out, because they're keeping an eye on whether it has actually pitched on or outside the leg stump.
Chloe Skelton into the attack. Wide slip in place. So our first look at some off spin, and we may well be seeing quite a lot of it with both Daniels and Hill as well. Driven and gets past extra cover, although it's a short boundary, not hit well enough quite to make it to the ropes. And polite applause for Izzy Patel's chase there, a couple of runs. Skelton, who announced herself really with that performance at Hove, right up in the block hole there, with bat 52 in the field, excellent catch at short extra cover, and with ball 4 for 30. And then against Worcestershire, some runs in the middle order, but 3 for 40 from her 10 overs with the ball. Cut away, but Patel will field in the circle. And she's just been that injection of real tier 1 quality, but not just that, as again it'll find Patel, who wears it off the knees, I think maybe at cover, but got the barrier
Yes.
down.
She's going for the record of how many different parts of her body she can stop the ball with, but she's been very successful at it so far. I think it's really good, particularly in this gap that we have in the middle of the season for the 100, for the players not involved in the 100 to be able to have meaningful cricket to play.
Oh, that's gone through everything. Wow. How is that missed? The ball won't quite make it to the boundary. No, it won't. A good sliding stop running back from Willis, and it'll be 2 byes, but this has drifted in and then actually turned a little bit from the stumps. This will probably be the better angle to see that drift from Skelton and then turn and bounce.
Looking at it from that angle, you'd have been sure that something had touched it, but it didn't. It was just the turn, and it went down the leg side. Very good ball. Took everybody by surprise there. But that's encouraging, and encouraging the skipper to bring herself on now. Liv Daniels coming on to bowl now.
Yeah, and going back to Skelton, really, you can't help but feel and see that she must be really enjoying playing cricket with so many of the people that she's grown up playing cricket with. You know, she may be a professional cricketer for Somerset now. Daniels continuing. Oh, there's a mix-up here, and I think Oliver would have made it back anyway, even if Halliday picks that up cleanly at mid-wicket.
Yes, I mean, the life of a professional cricketer, when you've got the different types of cricket and people are in and out of squads, is not necessarily, it's a great one, but not necessarily an easy one. So being able to slot straight into another team where you know other people, and in some respects you become that bigger fish in the smaller pond. Yeah. I think that's really good for the tier 1 players to be able to come and do that.
And I think the way that she's come in and set the standard with everything, having seen a few other tier 1 players come and go, and not just at Gloucestershire, really is absolutely terrific what Skelton has done in this stint, and of course has been, apart from just what I'm sure she's brought to the group and what she's doing out on the field, it's pretty obvious the uptick in results that have happened as well.
I think it's what you get from someone like Chloe Skelton is what you would have hoped the tier 1 teams will get from bringing an overseas player, which is not just that they come and play their game, but they give the whole team a bit of a lift, and the whole team can be learning from them.
That'll be a maiden from Daniels as well. How many maidens is that now from that Ashley Down Road end? Belcher bowled 4, and that's now a 5th from that end from Daniels, and then B. Willis, one of her overs was a maiden as well.
Which is, yes, looking at Caitlin Belcher's 7 overs at a run rate of 1.43. That's remarkable.
Yeah, it is. Bowling at the speed that she does.
The Manhattan graph there showing the slowdown in the scoring.
There's a few spaces there for more skyscrapers to be built up. Urban planners haven't gone overboard. There'll be at least a couple of runs just dabbed away towards the deep third boundary, and it doesn't get there. Mega Hearn is very quick.
I gather the cricket club have been, Gloucestershire have been having a bit of a chat with planners recently about lights here. About being able to use the lights more than they currently do.
Okay.
And they've got approval for it. I think there's been a little bit of local opposition to some of it because some people don't appreciate the bright lights coming in through their windows. But from the cricket club's point of view, it enables more of those games to be played as evening games, which are great for bringing crowds in.
There is definitely a little bit of grip and turn in this surface, which, judging by what we saw yesterday as well, isn't a surprise. In the air, whipped away, but there's a fielder out at deep square leg, straight to that fielder. But it has been an issue, hasn't it, in terms of the club being able to host the events that it wants to host and being able to maximise the revenue that the club brings in, but also James Healy will be bored of me. Full stop. No, James Healy will be bored of me turning up at the beginning of a 4-day match here and asking, are the floodlights available today? Turn, but working with the turn, Duckworth, who's been kept very much at bay. Oh, they're coming back for a second, and really the only chance of a run-out, given that Duckworth basically gave Oliver no choice but to come through there, would have been at the non-striker's end, but would have been a longer throw there. I think in the end, that's an excellent second run.
I think a throw over the stumps could have made that a bit tighter, but Katie Jones had to move a good couple of yards.
Oh, that's almost snuck through as well. Turn from wide outside the off stump. Maybe already some of those Caitlin Belcher footmarks from round the wicket, but of course also there will be some footmarks from the men's match yesterday to bowl into, even though they'll have been smoothed out a bit.
Yes, I think it's going to be, if we have left-hander batting, that it's going to be really interesting to see what's happening.
Certainly if you're a Yorkshire spinner, you'll be excited at that prospect, because you wouldn't think that that will decrease throughout the day.
No.
So, despite the fact that the run rate has now really been pulled back towards 4 and over, they may not really need that 290 that Gloucestershire scored in the previous game. Energetic fielding from Skelton, who I seem to remember in the early stages of the Somerset season, it felt as though every fielder was trying to fire the ball over Katie Jones's head. Had a good go there. Oh, well bowled. Daniels passing the edge. She's got a little bit of that hold in her action as well, which she seems to be using more now as a variation. The batter not quite sure exactly when she's going to release it. That was a bit of a quicker release, but again, turn and tricky to deal with.
This is the sort of day I would love as a keeper, because it is bouncing, it is turning, so you always think you've got a chance behind the stumps, and real partnerships working up between the bowler and the keeper.
Nudged away, Ahern at backward point in action. The dots continue to rack up from that Ashley Down Road end. It is the end with a short straight boundary as well. I just wonder at what point is somebody just going to get bored and decide to have a go over the top. Not now, but that has been spooned towards mid-on into space between two fielders, but still no run.
Yeah, but encouraging for Liv Daniels that the first time they try and play slightly more freely, it pops up in the air.
And there is certainly a little bit of grip and hold in the surface, although sometimes you can see the tentativeness in that push as well. Another maiden over, so 6 now maiden overs out of 9 from that Ashley Down Road end, if my maths isn't failing me.
That's excellent bowling by Gloucestershire, and we might have anticipated that the squeeze would have come at this stage with these bowlers, but in fact, because the earlier bowlers were also bowling economically generally, it's really keeping those runs down.
It's sort of hard to tell whether, and we won't tell really probably until either Gloucestershire have batted or, say, Maddie Ward, Amy Campbell comes in and puts bat to ball. But at the moment Yorkshire are not really trusting this surface, and you can see it, and whether it's just because they've gone a long way into their shell because of the pressure that's been built up, or whether it really is because this spin is tricky. There's the use of the feet and almost carrying to mid-on. It's been shinned, I think, in the end by Alice Bird.
Yeah, good commitment there. It was, as soon as it became clear it wasn't going to be a catch, it was a case of stop it going away, and she did, and they just ran through for the single.
It's a good run, but the runs are a bit of a scramble at the moment for Yorkshire, and there won't be one there either.
It's interesting, from in years gone by, when playing for teams that played against Yorkshire, we always thought they didn't like facing spin bowlers because they'd had a lot of quicker bowlers, so that's who they were very used to playing. And I thought they might have got over that now, but just at the moment.
Becca Halliday in at a very short mid-wicket, but that's a full toss from Skelton. She'll get away with it. Well watched by Alice Hill at mid-off, because that took a really awkward bounce off the edge of the square, and that could easily have got past her for 4. Delivery possibly would have deserved it as well. Straight through, stumping, is it? No. Has she got back?
I don't think she got back. So no, she dropped the ball in. It was the gloves that took the stumps in the end, I think. Oh, she'll be disappointed with that. It's all a little bit
obscured from my view with the batter, so.
See it now.
Tossed right up, tempting her down, and
leg side stumping chance, but it just popped out of the gloves before she had the opportunity to take the bails off.
That's exactly what Gloucestershire have been building up to. Oh, down again. Pretty horrible hack and no run.
That's a signal of intent, though, and clearly the Yorkshire players are aware that they need to be getting on with it a little bit.
Another look at this.
Again, as part of the wicketkeeper's defence union, because that's going down the leg side, your view is obscured by the batter as it's coming through to you. But even so, I'm sure she will be disappointed with that, Katie Jones. She's still, yeah. You build it all up and you wait for the opportunities.
Yeah. I mean, it is, can speak as a terrible spin bowler, but you know, when that's exactly what you're bowling for, you get that sense that it's coming. I mean, it's not really a sense. I mean, you just know. You build the pressure up enough as a spin bowler. You chuck it up above the eye line. That exact delivery that Skelton would have wanted to bowl.
But you can also tell from the body language of the batters and the tutting noises or the muttering that they're doing to themselves about them getting frustrated, and the chats that they have. You pick up on all those signals when you're out there.
Trying to give herself some space to drive, but picking out mid-off.
Because that's when it might look from the side like the game's being a bit boring because not much is happening, but there's all those little interactions going on the field, and you know the fielders are feeling all the time when this is happening that they're in with a chance. At any point the ball might come to them. So just at the moment, Gloucestershire will definitely be the happier team.
A bit quicker from Daniels, pulled into the onside. There are two fielders protecting that short boundary. It'll be Willis that keeps it to 1.
Yeah, it was a little bit safer to go for because that just sort of drifted a little bit down the leg side, so he was able to play across that one safely.
She's gone for a run. Liv Daniels. Ruined the economy rate.
It's not good enough, really, is it?
Oh, 2 in a row. No, but I mean, this is where again there's this contrast sometimes in terms of what we've seen from Tier 2 cricket. There are almost different standards for different players, and that's neatly driven by Oliver. They'll want 2, but what they'll get is 1, with Izzy Patel long strides around that boundary. 76 for 1 after 20 overs, and that is 24 runs scored off the last 10 since the power play.
I think what we saw at the end of that over, after that narrow escape with the stumping chance, you know, Yorkshire can go 2 ways here. They can either say, we're not scoring, we're going to go for it, and if we get out, somebody else can have a try. Or, let's just keep picking up these singles. Let's just push it around, and if we can be picking up 4, 5 and over with the singles, and that looks like at the end of that over that might be where maybe they'd had a little chat, and that's where they were deciding to go. They did have a drink at the start of that over, so maybe that was part of the conversation. They've just got to keep any team that's getting stranded because they can't score. They just needed to not worry about the big shots, but just keep trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
It's tricky with this field set, though, isn't it? Because Gloucestershire are going very aggressive. There's only the 2 fielders out in the deep, and we're in the 21st over, both on the onside. Up in the air for a moment again. Oliver a little bit out in front of that. Now, I was going to say, speaking of those standards and the different situations that you see cricketers in, like here we've got a professional cricketer in Chloe Skelton bowling, but for somebody like Duckworth at the non-strikers end, she's on a professional contract at Yorkshire, but for this year she's still playing in Tier 2. That's got to be an odd feeling, and I just wonder what that does for somebody's game. Perhaps it doesn't have much of an effect, I don't know, but there's a wide ball and there's no room for that really, with nobody back on the offside, and Oliver pounced on that one and would have been so grateful to have received that. Moves on to 40.
Yes, it just drifted out a little bit wider there, and as you say, a sense of relief there as they managed to get that one away. I think also Yorkshire are playing in this team with players lined up for their professional year, and so I quite what the status is of all their players, I don't know.
I think it's a mixture, really.
Yeah. You know, so those who have got the professional contracts lined up, presumably there will be more than 1-year contracts because they'll know that they're playing professionally next year.
Well, Duckworth, for example, on a 2-year deal. They've signed very recently Hannah Rainey, the Scottish international, we'll see later on, from Lancashire, on a 2-year deal starting from next season. So I guess she's on loan for the rest of this season, technically.
Yes, and I think some of their players who they might have expected to have ended up at Durham, because Durham were in Tier 1 right from the start. So again, whether they're loan deals or whether they're permanent signings, I think that was some interesting dynamics going on there between Durham and Yorkshire. So we've just seen the ECB come out with the new programme for next year, not for the dates, but that who's playing what, and Tier 2 will be played as a 9-team competition, with Yorkshire going up, but nobody coming up from the tiers below for this year at least. I think that does raise some interesting questions about future progression for the likes of Gloucestershire or any of those other teams in this division, to be honest.
Oh, Daniels just missing the edge and missing that off stump.
That was, it just seemed to float past the stumps,
Yes.
that one.
Those cut shots finding backward point quite a lot, and she started to get a little bit cross and thinking, well, maybe I just need to put a bit more force behind it, or, you know, when they've tried to more use the pace, there hasn't been that much pace on it from Daniels, who's able to bowl it slow and get that response from the surface, although that one was a bit quicker, and Oliver just has to watch that one and make sure that she gets some bat on it. That was a really intelligent follow-up delivery from that previous one from Liv Daniels. Pulled back towards the non-striker, and they'll sprint through for one.
Not a confident shot there, I think, but it worked because of where the mid-on is fielding. Yeah, I think we can say that Liv Daniels' bowling has she's gained confidence in her bowling during the season, and that the benefit of that experience and playing in these matches. Right from the start, she was bowling with control. I think what we're seeing now is perhaps a little bit more variation to go along with that control.
Yeah, and then that's something that I'm sure Skelton coming back been really good for her. Coming down, driving, and it gets underneath mid-off. Caitlin Belcher, really a rare blemish in the ground fielding for Gloucestershire, not just today, but over the last couple of games. It was hit hard. It does get underneath, and just those moments, especially as Yorkshire are just scuffling a bit here against the spin. You just wonder, with every shot that Oliver does get away, and she has got a couple of boundaries away in the last 2 overs, is that just some of that stranglehold being released? Oh, good grief, it's gone right through again. Over the top of the stumps, I fancy. And they're coming back for 2, and
that's going to be
that
out.
is going to be close, but I think, yeah, just home.
Ooh. A lot to unpick there.
Byes signalled.
Katie Jones can't quite... Something...
No. Revoking the bye signal, so there was an edge on it.
Yeah, because it's hard to explain just
Leg
how...
byes. There we go.
Oh, no, she was in. It's hard, as a keeper, it's hard to explain how personally you can take byes being given when they shouldn't be byes. But leg byes are all right. Wides are okay.
Leg byes upset... Well, I say they upset nobody. It depends...
Scorers?
How they work. Yes, that's true. You've got to add them up and then put that symbol in, haven't you? That's annoying. Giving Skelton the charge, up in the air, chance of a catch. It's been misread at mid-off. And it gets over Alice Hill, who I think thought that was coming straight to her, and then all of a sudden it was over her head.
It was about probably under 5 yards behind her she needed to be for that one. It was difficult to judge. Good bowling there. And followed up with another dot there.
And again, it's the payoff for Skelton. Could have 3 wickets by now and could have had another one there. Inside edge, heading towards the stumps, but must have hit boot and stopped short. Don't often see it. I mean, she's almost a silly mid-wicket now, is Becca Halliday, getting ever closer there. She is basically right on the borderline, I think, where she'd need the helmet on. It's not quite a silly mid-wicket, because that is right under the helmet, underneath the batter's nose, but still.
It's not there for she's not there for the well-hit shot, is she? She's
No.
she's there for the misjudged one that just loops up on that side.
A look of horror if Skelton drops one in short. It's full and wide and well watched by Daniels, who does have excellent hands at extra cover.
It's not a bad idea though, putting somebody there. It's just in the batter's eye line. It just makes, sometimes you just have to put people in places to bring the pressure about rather than because they're necessarily going to catch. I mean, great if the catch goes there, if she gets it, that's fine. But if not, you just have that little glance. Oh, I know I've got a fielder there.
No, I think it's great. And I think also recently we have seen more of a move back towards some of those aggressive field positions in white ball cricket. Almost as Test cricket becomes closer to white ball cricket, just at times in the field settings you see the opposite happen. Short legs and silly mid wickets. Somerset's women had a short leg for a little while at the start of this season. Daniels bowls, that's been bopped back over her head. That's a shot of authority from Duckworth, and that is her first boundary
in 32 balls.
It's been very heavy going. And just a little shimmy, not the full-on charge, but backing herself to hit nice and straight, and it's always a good place to hit, but particularly on this ground toward the flats, short boundary.
And followed up with a dot ball.
Drinks appear to be
imminent.
ready down below us. Down the leg side and swept. Oh, there's another mix-up, but then there's a misfield. And Gloucestershire, whose fielding, I think, has really come on in the last few games, it's just catching on a little bit. It wasn't the easiest of slides for Alice Bird, but Oliver was coming down and Duckworth was still down in that position off the sweep shot. There's a cut shot and there's another misfield out at backward point, and that one will cost 4. And that is 50. So Amelia Oliver, just 17 years of age, a half century off in the end. I think it is 85 balls. It is 85 balls and 9 fours. She got off to a quick start, was held by first Belcher and then the spinners coming on, but she's stuck it out. She hasn't given her wicket away and is still giving Yorkshire a platform for this innings, and looking to kick on, pulling it away. Well fielded on the bounce by Izzy Patel at deep mid-wicket. Just for a moment I thought that was going to be a hard, flat catching chance.
Yeah,
and that's the 100 up, by the way. Sorry, Carol.
Yes, no, that's fine. She watched that well, because they're the ones that can easily bounce awkwardly and go over your head.
Use of the feet again. Chance of a catch at mid-off and taken. This time, no mistake. And Caitlin Belcher almost slightly frustratedly throwing that ball in the end toward the umpire. But they have that wicket, and whilst Duckworth had just got her innings moving even with that boundary, you could argue that that was a pretty good over already, and did she really need a third boundary in it? But obviously deciding that it was time to move the innings on, but she perishes, and that's reward for Liv Daniels. 100 for 2 after 24 overs. In fact, I think we're having drinks now, are we?
Looks like it. And that was a study in watchfulness by Caitlin Belcher. You could see her set herself up, watching it all the way into her hands. Got the feeling there was no way she was going to drop that one. So that's a good pick up for Gloucestershire. Yes, and they are taking the drinks break now, which makes sense, because it was the extra players, the 12th and 13th, were down on the boundary here with the drinks ready to go on, so just taking the opportunity to do it now. Has anybody given the umpires a drink? Yes, I think they've been given a drink as well. The new batter is the Yorkshire captain and wicketkeeper Maddie Ward.
Yeah, so plenty of responsibility on her shoulders, and only 20 years of age. She is on a rookie professional contract, but somebody that, of course, press releases understandably by a county cricket club having announced a new signing are going to be glowing, but it really did sound from that release as though Maddie Ward was somebody that Yorkshire had had their eye on for a little while before they were able to secure her signing.
Yes, and I think because when she's not playing in the 100 or on loan for other sides, you've got Lauren Winfield-Hill presumably coming back for Yorkshire for next year. So another wicketkeeper captain batter. So good opportunity for Maddie Ward for learning from that. Hugely experienced is Lauren Winfield-Hill.
Yes, of course, and that is the other aspect, that Yorkshire won't be playing in August next year. Yorkshire's women, that is, because their Tier 1 competition won't be happening.
No, and it'll be interesting to see how many of their non-100 players then might go and play for Tier 2 teams.
Or which teams they go and play for, because that's one of the other things. I thought about this the other day, actually, because they'd have to go and play for the likes of Derbyshire and Leicestershire, I guess, but it's quite a trek even from...
Leicestershire's a lot, yeah. Derbyshire potentially, and if you think of what the table is looking like this year, that could make a huge difference to Derbyshire.
Yes.
Because they've been struggling a bit this year.
Yeah, but you know, there's actually no Tier 2 county north of Derbyshire, is there?
No.
Which is having to cover, you know, because Tier 1 is having to cover such a large geographic area and a large area when it comes to participation and the number of cricket clubs and cricket being in those communities, which is great, but it does present a little bit of an issue. Here's Alice Hill. So continuing with off spin, but a change of off spin. And Hill it was who...
Nottinghamshire.
Well, Nottinghamshire are in Tier 1.
That's true, so that's no... So that's the
Sorry,
next.
the Blaze. Pulled in the air and it falls short of short mid-wicket. It was off the toe, I think, from Oliver, who's teasing Gloucestershire fielders at the moment.
Yes, it does sort of... So you will have Durham, Yorkshire and Nottinghamshire all up there as the Tier 1 teams, but not with the Tier 2 teams around them.
Yes, it sort of needs... I don't know, Cumbria or something to get Tier 2 status.
Yes, they're in Tier 3 at the moment, aren't they? They were playing Herefordshire last week, I believe. I happened to be over at the ground in Cornwall where they were playing, and I think they won quite comfortably against Herefordshire.
Okay. I think Gloucestershire played there last year. Driven over cover and probably will have enough to go before it does. There's a sliding effort. Commitment from Ahern diving toward that picket fence there in the covers, but the ball just had enough on it.
Yeah, Cornwall's a lovely venue over there, and obviously I think we spoke about this at the last match. It's also the home of the annual Women's Cricket Week, which is about to have its 100 years, so that's why I've spent a lot of time over there. Not necessarily all playing cricket.
Down comes Oliver, but doesn't get hold of it, but also make sure that she doesn't overcommit to the shot and spoon up that catch to mid-off. And they're expecting it because they've moved Daniels to mid-off. Skelton at extra cover. Yes, I was hearing an advert, I think for something, I can't remember, it was either university or a college or something, describing the vibrant city of Hereford. Wasn't quite the first word I think of when I think Hereford. A lovely place though it is.
Yes, I really like it, and you know, to be fair, they suffered for a long time because they didn't have a university, and now they have got better further education facilities there. Yeah, and I think it has made a difference to the city and who they get coming in there, and with the sort of the greater student life that they've had before.
I would imagine, as that's the halfway mark of this Yorkshire innings, 105 for 2 the score. I'd imagine it's probably quite like then my city of birth, Lincoln, which has gone from being a city that's very much known for its cathedral.
Yes.
Again.
The Mappamundi in Hereford.
Yes. It's been a very long time since I've been. Daniels to continue. Ooh, wanted a single there, did Oliver, and Ward didn't. I think she was right not to want one. But yeah, Lincoln has become a vibrant city as well. There's almost two halves of it really, with the steep hill up to the cathedral and then sort of studenty half. Now that's cut away, and that will beat the fielder at cover point. Well placed by Oliver. She's been searching and searching for that shot in this innings, and she finds it there to move on to 60.
Yes, I think my cricketing experience in Hereford has... I've played hockey over there, but you tend not to see the rest of the city when you're doing that. Cricket-wise, has been with the MCC at the Hereford Cathedral School, which is a lovely venue.
Bit more flight, slapped away towards wide mid-on. Sliding stop made well by Hill, keeping it to 1. You're certainly in the thick of things, conversely to that then at Lincoln, with the cricket club being overlooked basically by the cathedral up on the sort of upper level of the city. I was watching one of its products last night in the men's 100, Louis Kimber.
Okay.
Played a lot of his club cricket there. It's the home of Lincolnshire cricket, men's and women's.
Well, I think one of the best memories from playing one of those games over at Hereford Cathedral School was in the early days of MCC women playing, and the Cathedral School girls were a little bit short, so we mixed the two teams up. Was seeing an 11-year-old from the school batting with Enid Bakewell, who I'm trying to she must have been 60 years her senior, but what she probably had no idea who.
Oh, there's an appeal for caught behind, and I think...
Yes,
Oh, the finger's gone up! Well, I must say, I did wonder whether Gloucestershire might have been thinking the umpire may have missed one earlier, so let's appeal for everything and hope we get that make-up call. I'm not saying again that that's what's happened, but Oliver certainly looking disappointed, I think, that she'd missed it, and then staring at the umpire, almost daring him to put that finger up, which eventually he did. And well, it's a shame that the innings comes to an end there, although it was Oliver who had that potential life quite a lot earlier on in her innings. Nelson strikes again.
Indeed, that happened last week, didn't it? Yeah. Yes, I think again the body language from the batter, without her trying to be too overt, was that was a what? There's a lot you can say with your eyes.
Yes, a little inclination of the right hand.
Yeah.
But anyway, that is a crucial wicket for Gloucestershire, because it means that two fresh batters come out to the middle, although Amy Campbell, one of the most experienced players in this tier of cricket, she made her county debut in 2005.
Yes, I was still playing then, Ed. Yes, thank you.
I didn't say anything.
No, I know, you just looked at me.
Oh dear. No, extremely valuable commodity as an experienced left-handed batter for Yorkshire. Highest score of 165 not out this season against Derbyshire.
That's pretty impressive.
Continuing and just finding the shoulder of Maddie Ward's bat. So a couple of young captains in this game. Daniels at 19 and Ward at 20, and in the case of Daniels, Gloucestershire, well, Alice Hill, I think, sorry to do this to her, but I think Alice Hill is the oldest player in this side at 25. But in Ward's case, she's captaining Amy Campbell, who's been there, done that at 34 years of age. Oh, that has almost gone the other way. I think it's just slid on with the bit of drift potentially away from Ward. Little shimmy, once one, sent back by Campbell. Ward saying, oh, come on, there's one there.
I think they're probably, I mean, although Halliday is fielding close in that position, she had to run a fair few steps to get towards it. So I think, yes, there probably would have been one.
Meets that one on the full, clunks it to mid-on, and there is a good stop from Alice Bird. And Gloucestershire, particularly since that third wicket, and maybe with the drinks break as well, have maybe just had that bit of time just to say, OK, let's just regroup as far as those little misfields that were creeping in. 112 for 3.
Yeah, sort of a heads up everybody, we're actually doing really well. They're only scoring at just over 4 and over. We've picked up some key wickets, so let's just keep going, keep on it. Every fielder's got their contribution to make, and the more we stop, the fewer we've got to chase. Because although we were talking about Gloucestershire knowing that they can chase big scores, because they're missing Georgie Cant today, that is quite a big hole in their batting lineup.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be hoping as Halliday will sprint across, only ever one there though. They'll be hoping that Izzy Patel can just slot straight in and will fill some of that gap. They are missing Meg Austin, who opened the batting in the last couple of games, and we had to come onto it at some point, was the recipient of that decision that had quite a lot of people talking in the last match against Worcestershire.
The in and out catch, shall we call it?
Yes.
Yes, I've had a chance to have a good look at that since, and I must say, where the umpire was, no fault.
Oh, that's off the top edge, but it's going to be safe. That's an extraordinary shot from, or outcome really, from Campbell. It was the right shot, but I think she could do that again if she tried. She's spun it over the head of the keeper, and then it took a bounce sideways towards the off side.
Yes, and one with a helmet on that Katie Jones couldn't work out where it had gone.
No.
But I don't think she could have got it anyway.
Oh no, too far away. Now there was a very easy single, which has been turned down.
Yeah. So yes, going back to that, so for the people who didn't see it, there was a very good catch initially, we thought, by the Worcestershire keeper last week, Olivia Goff, but as she landed, it just popped out of her hand. But looking at the replay, the from where the bowler ended up, she was directly in line between the umpire and where the ball came out, so she'd have seen it going into hand, but she wouldn't have actually seen it coming out. So she conferred with the other umpire. In retrospect, in my view, I thought it was out. Sorry, not out. But it created quite a lot of chat on social media, I think it's fair to say. But I'm sort of slightly vindicating the umpire here, because I say she could see the catch going in, but because of the movement of the bowler, she wouldn't have been able to see it pop out.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had some sympathy at the time, although probably that's where your colleague comes in, as that just slips down leg side. Just thought that one person would have seen it, and then I know you shouldn't really do this, but the fact that the slip fielder actually signalled not out to me was and she was right next to it, that was the particularly shocking part of that, and the fact that basically everybody in the Worcestershire field had walked back to their field positions. You'd have thought that would give a little bit of an indication as to what Worcestershire felt about it, and you know, as I said at the time, almost one of the other interesting aspects was, and I don't think it does, but does a slip fielder signalling not out like that, does that constitute a withdrawal of the appeal? I guess it doesn't, but
I don't think it did,
Yeah.
because that was before the umpires conferred.
But also, though, when was the appeal? Was there an appeal? Because there's still got to be an appeal. And was there enough time for the appeal to happen as quickly as that catch went in and went out? That was the other thing I was thinking about on the train after being sent that.
Just think how our commentary went, Ed. If you'd been on the field, you would have appealed at that point, because the immediate reaction was people would have been appealing as the catch went in.
Pulled away, and she's got there.
Got a hat, just batted that one down with her hand, I think.
I thought that was getting past, because it looked as if it had been placed well enough, but Alice Bird saving another 3 runs there.
I think it's fair to say, when you're out there in a match and there's an obvious edge, you will occasionally hear appeals happening as it's going into the hand, rather than after the event. That's
but
just
the thing is, though, what constitutes the appeal? And that's what is in the umpire's judgment is an appeal, fired in quickly and well kept out. But, you know, just simply shouting in a certain sense isn't an appeal. You don't have to say, how's that?
No.
Pushed in the air, but they've had long off and long on now, sent back to the boundary. So just a single for Campbell. It's a really interesting one, and you can never know the answer to that without being out there in the middle. But there were so many things that went into that, which I think is why it did attract the attention that it did.
Yeah. Bottom line was, Meg Ahern was given out, didn't score many runs, so in that respect they won't miss her too much today. Which I think is where we started our circular conversation.
Well,
because they scored the runs without her, is what I meant.
It did. It was a shame from her point of view, though, because I mean, early on in her innings, that was looking like it might have been the time when she really kicked on for Gloucestershire.
It has reminded me of one little story from a team which I think probably should remain nameless, from many years ago, where they had one player playing who was batting very, very slowly, and the opposition had spotted this, so every time it hit her pads they didn't appeal because they didn't really want to get her out because she wasn't doing anything. So they had the opposition stationed round the boundary, and next time it hits a pad it was appeal. So they did. So as the batting side, just wait for this one. Oh, that's popped in the air. Just the single, I should think. So the next time it hit the pads, the umpire heard this great big, "How was that?" and gave them out. And the fielding side said, "But nobody appealed." She said, "Well, I heard an appeal."
Yeah.
And the person was given out.
Oh. I mean, in this world nowadays where you do see batters being retired out,
Yes.
I don't need to do that. And there have been many occasions, though, where you've seen a batter that you think are struggling to such an extent that you don't want them out, especially in T20 cricket.
But you would hope in T20 they'd have enough sense to basically make sure they get themselves out.
Mind you, sometimes I've seen batters who are in such bad touch that they can't even get themselves out. An appeal here, and no, says the umpire.
I think that was for the fact it hit the pad rather than necessarily what the outcome might have been.
Well,
it was a very satisfying thump into the pads, that was.
After the consideration of that caught behind appeal, it just kept your eye on the umpire a little bit there. It wasn't far off, but yeah, I think good decision. And that's found the gap. They've got fielders out straight, but no fielder out square on the offside, and Campbell cutting away her first boundary. Not massively short, not massively wide, but just enough of both to allow Campbell to put it away. So Gloucestershire have gone quite defensive to Campbell here, really. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, and now deep cover back as well. They're certainly respecting the danger of Amy Campbell helped round the corner. That's going to be a chase towards the boundary. Quick outfield. Yeah, she will get there. We'll just make sure this bird by flicking it back in. And in fact, again, they don't quite seem to be on the same, or singing from the same hymn sheet in terms of the running between the wickets, Ward and Campbell. There was another extra run that I think they probably could have taken there.
I think they've come together for a little chat now, and we'll see if that changes things.
So looking for that acceleration in the back 20 overs, Yorkshire. This could still be, I think, a really challenging total on a pitch that's clearly not absolutely straightforward. I don't think anybody would be suggesting it's a minefield out there, but there is clearly a bit of turn, and the spinners taking pace off have been tricky to hit away. There's definitely not a run there. And for a moment I thought they were going to come through for that one, having missed out on the previous one, which would have been potentially fatal for Amy Campbell.
I think realistically Gloucestershire, I mean, everything did go well for them last week, and they've in terms of their chase, and yes, they did manage to get that really good score. I think that will be quite challenging today. I would have thought they would be wanting to restrict Yorkshire to closer to that 250 mark, rather than approaching the 300, and then they'll think they have a chance. I think if it gets nearer the 300, that's going to be very challenging.
I think they would really hope, as that's a really good stop from Halliday across from short mid-wicket, I think they would actually really hope that Yorkshire struggle to double this score after 30, the old metric, especially given that there is still lots of overs remaining of these spinners. Hill's only in her 4th over. Skelton, I think, has got 5 overs left. Daniels just a couple, but you've still got 5 overs left of your tier 1 bowler. Just waited for that one. Campbell a little bit suspicious of what that one might have done off the surface. So another over with just 1 run from it. Hill continuing what has been some good pressure from Gloucestershire. They started to pull it back around about, what, 7 or 8 overs, I think, didn't they, when really Erin Thomas especially got Yorkshire off to that flying start. Runner ball 22 for Erin Thomas. She was caught by Skelton, spooning a catch up to extra cover off Alice Bird for 22, and then Liv Daniels, the other 2 wickets to fall, Duckworth for 15, and then Oliver caught behind for 61, the mainstay of this innings so far. Here's Daniels for a 9th over.
That's well bowled and just pushed up on the onside there for no run.
And they are going to have to score at a runner ball to double it to get to 250, and nothing that we've seen ever since those opening overs when the field was up suggests that it's going to be easy at all to score at a runner ball on this. Crosser stump sweeping away, stopped at short fine leg.
It's good field placement there. Just played down at that short fine leg. She came, it was a good couple of foot outside her off stump there, and tried to play it on the leg side.
The other thing I wonder that comes into this is what happened in Yorkshire's last game. Pulled away in the air, and again it's 1 bounce to deep square this time. When you consider Yorkshire got bowled out for 172 in their last match against Glamorgan, and Glamorgan only got there with 4 wickets remaining, and they would just have thought, well, if we actually just set our stall out batting first to make, say, even 220, 230, we've got the bowling attack, they would feel, to defend that sort of a score. And it could be that that's just in the back of Yorkshire's minds, that we don't want to get bowled out again.
No, and I think from the opposite view from Gloucestershire is they could really do with picking up a couple of wickets in this next, 5 overs, just to try and slow that down a little bit and reduce the momentum.
Campbell is a prize wicket, and they weren't far off getting it there.
She stepped right back and across there, and it just missed it, and it went past the stumps and through to the keeper.
So just 1 over left for Daniels. Tremendous figures, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 37. And they'll just keep Hill going. So in terms of seam, they'll need to get through 6 overs of seam between Willis, Belcher and Bird, although, and I'm guessing, most likely, and I don't know this, but I'm guessing it may be that Izzy Patel isn't bowling yet. She would be a more pace-off seam option, but they do have Pratana Reddy back into the side as Ward just having a little bit of a foray down the pitch there, and then stopping in her tracks.
It did. She looked like she was going to play it, but then just adjusted at the last moment and just dropped it in front of him.
Reverse sweep, that's well played. It's the first time we've seen, I think, almost any sort of a sweep shot, really. Even the conventional sweep hasn't been brought out very much, and she picked a good delivery to play that reverse to. 4 runs. There's a fielder just backward of point, but really short boundary and plenty of space to hit that reverse sweep into. Again, use of the feet and then realising the ball's not quite there, and there's a direct hit from Halliday, but I don't think Katie Jones has particularly appreciated that. Standing right there at the stumps, a 1 bounce throw in from a short fine leg, and all of a sudden she's got the bails flying up towards her face.
Yeah, that's not great.
She does wear her heart on her sleeve out there, does Katie Jones, and I really enjoy watching her for that. Down comes Campbell, knocks it firmly down to long on. Liv Daniels out there on the boundary.
That's unusual.
It is unusual.
Oh no, she's coming back in again now for the right-hander.
Not for too long.
Yeah, she only went out there for Amy Campbell. She's coming in just onto the edge of the circle now.
Oh, that looks close and out. She looked in trouble there, did Maddie Ward, although she's giving the death stare to umpire Grigg, but if she didn't get bat on that, it did look pretty straight. First look, anyway. I suppose the only question is, has it turned a bit too much? We might get more of a sense of that from the reverse angle. I don't think so.
I think it's all right. It actually seemed to just sort of swing slightly in the air, so I can see from the batter's point of view, she was looking at the original line where it looked like it might go down the leg side, but it did, where it pitched, actually was, it looked sound.
Yeah, no,
good bowling.
I think probably had as good a view from. In fact, we've basically got that view that you've got on your screens, and it may have, as you say, there was a little bit of drift, and then it did turn a bit, but I'm not sure if it turned that much. The only thing that I did wonder with that stare was whether she did feel as though she got some bat on it, but either way, it's a wicket for Alice Hill, who continues to find a way to pick up important wickets.
And there we are. We said they needed a couple of wickets in the next few overs, and there's one of them, and that's a really important one to get as well, because she was going well.
Yeah, you just got the sense that Ward was starting to tick a little bit, even though she just found that one boundary, that reverse sweep, a shot that could give her a lot of confidence, and she was starting to use her feet a bit more as well. I think really thinking that it was time to move that scoring rate along. Brings to the middle Innes Blackwell, who made her debut against Middlesex at Headingley, scored 30 and took a wicket, so was Right in the thick of things straight away. And just okay as far as the wide is concerned. Ends another successful over for Gloucestershire. Yorkshire just about over 4 runs per over, but not by much. Bowling figures there. Daniels with 1 over to go, and surely about to bowl her last now. Belcher 7 overs for 10 up front. I know she didn't take that wicket, but that was such an important part of dragging Yorkshire back, because the way that they started off, you're thinking this could be a monster total. Things have changed since the spinners come on. It has been much harder, not just to find boundaries, but even to rotate the strike. But they've had to bowl well to create that pressure. Gloucestershire's spinners. Campbell just popping that one up a little bit into the onside, but finding some space.
Yeah, just
at mid-wicket for 1.
bowled onto her legs there, and she was just able to push it away.
She is only 16 years of age, Innes Blackwell. Same age as Mega Hearn at backward point. Whilst Gloucestershire are very comfortably the younger of the 2 sides, there are still in Blackwell and Oliver a couple of real young guns for Yorkshire as well. A bounce there. It's well played by Blackwell though, just playing it softly and nudging her first run away. Oh.
So their coach has just told Cam to tell us the score.
Yes, okay. Apologies. That does also explain why Blackwell, we were expecting to have the number 7 and she doesn't have a number on her back, but we were also told there would be a couple of players without numbers on, so I do apologise, but it is Olivia Thomas, been informed out in the middle rather than Blackwell, which you see on the graphics and as was announced. There we go, it's changed. Outside edge from Campbell, but relatively controlled, and then energetic fielding from Willis to save a second run.
Yeah, they thought of the 2 there. Again, perhaps if they'd run really hard on that one, there might have been a second, but so now it's Thomas to face.
Yes, you'll have to forgive us, to apologise for that, but this is the first time that we are seeing these players. Well, I say these players, not Amy Campbell, but in many cases the first time that we're seeing players. Maybe they could just stick a little bit of coloured card or something on the back of the shirts without numbers.
Stick on numbers.
So that's Daniels bowled out. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 40.
Good spell there by Liv Daniels. She's been applauded out as she comes out to field at long on. A little wave of her cap to to acknowledge the applause.
Down by the picnic benches. Hill, there's none of those quicker ones, but it just slides on and escapes Ahern just an extra cover. They want 2 ready. Will launch the throw in. At that time it is very good running.
Yes, so Olivia Thomas is born in Manchester and with Lancashire, but presumably on loan to Yorkshire for this game.
Another one over from the dark side. The only good thing about Lancashire is the road back into Yorkshire.
I think you need to explain that.
Driven firmly, that's a lovely shot from Campbell, but Hill
Great
Bird, apologies, wrong Alice.
Yes.
She's not stopped
Alice.
that off her own bowling. That would be quite
No.
remarkable.
Alice stopped that one, yeah.
Yes. Well stopped by Alice Bird at
Yeah.
wide long off. That was travelling. Saves 3. Well, I think it's what they say. Reciprocation as well, isn't it? In terms of the road back into Lancashire. Both lovely parts of the world. Don't want to
Indeed.
upset anybody
No.
by simultaneously upsetting both.
What is it? Or at least if you accept, make sure you upset both equally. Yeah.
Oh, it's a lively Friday night in Leeds last night.
I bet it was.
Cut away, another powerful shot into the offside by Campbell. They should be able to take 2 here. There's a little bobble out there, but it's such a long boundary that I think they'd have got 2 anyway. So a decent over from a White Rose point of view with 6 off it thus far. Oh, that is a leading edge that time. It's those quicker deliveries. She gets really good drift, almost swing on them.
Yes, just 35 overs gone, 143 for 4, and the run rate just a smidgen over 4 now, 4.09. 15 overs to go.
So a runner ball gets 233. They did get 6 off that last over. But again, runner ball, 5 overs being bowled by Skelton. We'll see. They may yet do it, and if Campbell gets going, then
We know
really
what she
gets going, yes.
Yeah, we know what she can do. So it
Definitely
depends
know what
whether
she
they
can
can
do.
keep her tied down here. A couple of scores from elsewhere. Middlesex made a good recovery, now on to 194 for 2
Oh,
against
gosh.
Leicestershire.
That's a recovery and some, isn't it?
Yes.
Here's Skelton back, and starting with a wide.
Just slipping down the leg side, that one. And Kent will probably be relatively pleased from the start they had, which I think was about 16 for 3. 134 for 5 now. Oh, pushing for that single, taking on the fielder. And the ball is picked up and thrown into the wicketkeeper, but intercepted by Amy Campbell on the way. No appeals.
Right into the gloves.
Yeah, it was, into her
of
gloves.
the batter.
Nice little touch there. Yeah.
Saskia Hawley into the 90s for Middlesex. 91 not out of 83 balls. Ariana Douse, 75 not out. Leicestershire looking for their 2nd win of the competition. Campbell should just pick up the 1, although it's wide of the long off fielder. It's a much shorter throw there, so can't take the chance. They can't afford a run out at this stage. Yorkshire certainly not of Campbell especially, you'd think. Pulled away, that's hit hard and for 4 behind square. So Olivia Thomas showing that she's ready to pounce on anything slightly loose. Didn't seem too short from Skelton, but again it does look as though if you're just a fraction short on this surface, it does sit up, and also the line a bit leg side-ish. Straightens it up. Another one that maybe could have been a quick single, with Gloucestershire now mostly pushed back to the edge of the circle.
Played very watchfully there. So I think they're thinking 6 and over. I'll see if I can any, because that one that Chloe Skelton bowled just onto that leg stump, that makes it a relatively safe shot, because she's not going to be out LBW, and she can afford to try and hit it that bit harder round onto that leg side. And that's a better one, and just played again watchfully. And the end of the over, 150 up.
Yeah, so still a pretty decent over from the Yorkshire perspective, even though 3 dots finished it. Solid partnerships up top, 49 and then 51. Just looking for that bigger one maybe to finish off the innings now, Yorkshire. Notice Ellie Anderson is playing on loan for Glamorgan today. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21.
Yes, I saw
figures.
that, because she ended up going from the Midlands down to Somerset on the back of being on loan and then being signed on, but now she's moved again, so it sounds like somebody else who's just about on those fringes of being selected.
Cut away, it's off a thick outer part of the bat, but I think there may be enough bat on this. No, Belcher is very quick and just about gets back to her feet and saves a couple of runs.
And I'm guessing that the way they've been playing, that Glamorgan's quite a good place to be at this time of this competition.
Yeah.
Seem to be playing very positively.
Full toss, hit high in the air, out into the onside and wide of long on. 1 bounce, 4 runs.
That's the sort of shot we probably would have expected from Amy Campbell, but well played.
Yeah, I think, let's have a look. Would it have dipped? It may just have dipped if she'd stayed put, but with that little use of the feet, able to turn it into a full toss. Slog swept, this could go all the way or could be a catch. No, it has enough on it, all the way for 6. Right over the head of Izzy Patel, who judged it pretty well. She knew where the rope was.
She just ran out of ground, really, because
She
that's
did.
the shorter side.
It looked as if it was probably going to be hit well enough off the bat of Campbell, and for the first time, really, Gloucestershire have got a little bit of a concern about what they do here, because spin has not been attacked at all, really, by the Yorkshire batters, but now Campbell cutting loose. So they're going to change quite a bit here. Cover comes up and an extra fielder goes back on that leg side boundary, but Hill bowling over the wicket and gets a skewed leading edge, which is going to land safely. Huge slice of luck for Amy Campbell, because that could have gone anywhere, and it lands 1 bounce short of backward point.
Yeah, Caitlin Belcher was out on the ring there, but it just, and I think she might have thought she had a chance for a minute, but it just dropped well in front of her. She's now as the right-hander, and Belcher's going out onto the boundary.
Quicker delivery, shovelled away.
And that was good field placement, because it's gone straight to her.
It has, right to that deep square. Well, again, you talk about not quite getting the payoff. They changed everything for that exact outcome, didn't they? it was changed knowing that Campbell would still go leg side. Goes again, oh, off pad. And all of a sudden, Amy Campbell is swinging at every delivery.
I think she's given, I don't know if that did touch anything, but she's would have liked the wide there, I think.
I thought it went off her body, but obviously not.
Not sure, but anyway, dot ball.
Well, the worm is starting to turn.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult for them with Campbell from that end onto that side. If she hits it well, it doesn't really matter where you've got the fielders, because it's going to go over your head for 6.
Although you are still in the game as the off spinner, turning it away. So an interesting battle anyway.
Yes.
It's Thomas who'd be hitting toward the leg side now. So far, if it's a good delivery, she's defended it, but was in a good place to whack away the shorter ball that she got in the previous Skelton over. There is another shorter one, although picking out deep square this time.
So lots of rearrangement now as Campbell facing at this end. Leg side being reinforced.
Yeah, they still seem pretty convinced that she's going to target that leg side. Oh, just over Skelton. She's living dangerously at the moment as Campbell in amongst these firm strikes. If anyone was going to take that off her own bowling, it would be Skelton.
She needed to be about another 6 inches taller there, I think.
Just spooned again over her head. There's a skew drive from Thomas that ends up out at short mid-wicket. So only 2 runs from this over, but the run rate moving back in the right direction, as Yorkshire would see it. A big cut, but Ahern at backward point doing the honours. Sweep shot, top-edged somewhat, but nowhere near a fielder. 3 bounces to deep square, so just 3 runs off that over from Skelton. She's got 3 left. Hill's got 3 left. A brave move, I think, is to keep Hill going, given that whilst she did get hit for a 6 and a 4, she came mighty close also to taking the wicket of Campbell, and that's exactly how Daniels is seeing it. At some point they will need to pull the trigger and go back to seam. You would have thought that the 3 overs of Belcher are given, and then they'll need to find 3 overs from somewhere else.
Yes, because B. Willis had a slightly difficult start. I think it's 14 off that first over that she bowled. But it might give her an opportunity to come back with a slightly adjusted line. Yeah,
and she has bowled a lot at the death when she has played for Gloucestershire. Alice Bird, 4 overs, 1 for 22 as well, though. So there are options. An appeal for LBW. She comes a long way across, but probably was just sliding. You can see why they went up for that one, though, because she did shuffle. Next delivery, and that time contact is made on the clip off the pads. Up to Belcher, who knows that hers is an arm not to be trifled with, so just gets to the ball and lobs it in. Just the single taken.
Do I go out to the boundary, says the fielder, all the way, or am I going to stay close? Yes. So it's square leg. So we've got the 3 leg side fielders all on the boundary.
And they're bringing
Amy Campbell
cover up as well. Campbell continues to go leg side, continues to target that boundary and finds it.
Just played between the 2 fielders there. Couldn't quite get their hand on it.
It's a good shot from Campbell, because even though she's playing against the turn, she's played that one with a bit more whip of the wrists, and it was never going to be caught. Controlled it well and placed it into the gap, but still hit it powerfully. Going again, it's another top edge, and my word, there could be a run out though. Misses the stumps.
A direct hit, I think, and that would have been that.
And also, I'm afraid, I think if Katie Jones had stayed put behind the stumps, they might have had the run out there as well, but she went after it thinking she might be able to get there for the catch.
I think the ball dropped in no man's land, didn't it? And so you have fielders, including the keeper, running to that. That one's played out onto the leg side, but this time it will be picked up. Oh,
they're taking us. Oh, this could be a run out again as well, and there's a shovel on towards the stumps.
And a triple somersault by Katie Jones.
And, well, yeah, there was almost a collision there between keeper and batter. Thank goodness that was avoided.
Yeah,
for a moment, I thought actually Thomas might not make her ground because she was trying to avoid Jones.
Yeah, the throw wasn't the best. Yeah, she ran to get the ball.
Yeah, it's just a long way offline, wasn't it? There's the shovel. That is still pretty close, but
yeah, she did very well in the end, Katie Jones, to pick it up and sort of flick it back towards the stumps. But that batter was just in.
Thomas has done well to avoid injury for either her or Jones and still just about make her ground, but things getting a little bit scrambled out there.
Yeah.
And a quick single there as well, but Campbell running to the danger end this time. Thomas at the non-strikers end's had enough of this.
It's a bit of a puff of the cheeks there. And she's pinched a strike as well.
Well, it's another eventful over from Alice Hill. Just about all sorts. I mean, there's 2 top-edge slog sweeps from Amy Campbell.
Yes.
How on earth either of those landed safely, I don't know.
But they've both. I don't know if it's worth. I think the chances of another one going there are probably fairly remote. But that's 2 that have dropped into pretty much the same spot that she's played. But honestly, with her batting, I'm not sure it's a fielding position I'd like to be standing in.
No. No. I mean, they clearly know, though, that she is such a dominant leg side player that even against the turn, even against the angle, she tries to go leg side, and you know it's paid off for a couple of 4s and a 6 now, but she's also really ridden her luck, and now we do see that move back to seam. So Skelton being replaced from the Ashley Down Road end. Bird bowled her first 4 overs from the pavilion end, but returns from that Ashley Down Road end, and it was Alice Bird who broke that opening partnership, removed Erin Thomas for 22 for Gloucestershire's first wicket. Back into the attack now with the keeper up and everybody up on the offside.
I was going to say, yes, they're protecting that shorter boundary on the leg side, but everybody on the offside is within the circle.
Short pull just over short mid-wicket, and that will beat the 2 fielders straight on the onside boundary to the fence for 4.
Yeah, that was... The fielders are pretty much in the right place there, but it just went over the head of that short mid-wicket. Nothing much you could do about that, and having done that, it was then always going to beat the outfielders.
Just too well hit, and also because Thomas is relatively new to the crease as well. They want to try and build some dots. There's another pull shot thrashed into the onside, and a diving stop made on the boundary. Again, there's more hesitation about a second run, but eventually they come through, and now there could be an overthrow as it's off the fingertips of Bird, but they'll get away with it as Belcher scrambles to back up.
A lot happening there. I think there might have been a 3rd run. Unless you live by the never run on a misfield.
I certainly don't, but I think maybe Campbell had run through a bit at the non-striker's end. Bird gets even wider of the crease, and
yeah, a little bit short that one, and it's just played out on the leg side.
It did have the pace taken off it though, so Thomas was going to have to put an awful lot of might into that one to hit it away.
Just tempting the misjudgment, isn't it? It's just trying to... playing that little bit wider, invite the shot, but it's just a little bit of pace off, so can you mistime it?
They have scored, and I think it was at 30 overs it was posited. Can they score at a run a ball? Since then they have scored at basically exactly a run a ball. So thinking being really that they could accelerate actually further now, as long as Campbell stays there especially, but Thomas showing that she's more than capable, as you'd imagine, to find the boundary. Good call there for that single.
Yeah, so they'd gone with just the 1 fielder out on the leg side, or the deeper on the leg side.
Is that the 50 partnership? It is, yeah.
That's what they...
Lean over to see the board through the reflections. 50 partnership in just 42 balls.
The spectators spotted that quicker than us there, Ed. So we've got a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg.
I like deep mid-wicket.
I know, you like that one.
Yeah.
Or would mick it, yeah. People know what I mean.
So 58 runs off the last 10 overs. But probably break it down further, wouldn't you? Because first 2 or 3 overs of the back 20 were still very tight. But now the thinking cap very much on as far as what to do usage-wise. They're going to keep Hill going. She has been targeted in her last couple of overs, but if she can just get that breakthrough, that could be what could set Gloucestershire up for a good back 10.
Yeah, but using her bowling now, if B. Willis were to bowl and be slightly more expensive, you're needing fewer of her overs to bowl, which might be another way of looking at it.
Another second run on the arm there. Yorkshire are starting to take a few liberties out to that longer side. Yeah, 3 overs of Skelton to come at some point, having held those back. Campbell goes again. That has been whacked. And for 6.
And targeting that leg side again.
Gets herself into a really good position there, Amy Campbell. And you know, it's funny, isn't it? We were watching that second and third wicket partnerships especially. It's a really good swing of the bat there, but you'd have felt, well, it's almost impossible to get these spinners off the square here. Look at the turn, look at the bounce, look at the grip, and then it's amazing how when you are just that little bit more positive,
yes,
all of a sudden it doesn't look like quite so much of a minefield.
And it's put the pressure back on the bowlers as well.
Yeah.
Because that one just was, I think, a touch short, so she was able to come out. And if you've got that positive mindset, you know, and that's so much within her hitting range, that side.
Why have we lost the ball?
We're back in the car park again, I think.
It must have landed as hard as the outfield is, because I saw it land,
yeah,
you know, 3 yards over the boundary. But has it gone into that tent down there or underneath a couple of cars? We've got Izzy Patel down there with the groundsman's brush, attempting to try and extract a ball from underneath a car.
Has she got it? And is the ball all right? Oh yes, the ball's being... Yes, Liv Daniels has got the ball.
I think our PA announcer for the day, Mr. Dan Whiting, may have emerged from his position to assist in the recovery of that ball.
Umpire's just having a look at the ball now, as it's the second time it's been in the car park. But we'll give them back to the bowler. We'll resume.
That is short, and that has been taken toll of. 4 runs for Campbell, and just one shy of a rapid-fire half-century.
And this just shows how the batters can put pressure on the bowlers just by taking that positive approach and just dropping it a little bit short, and away it went off on that leg side again. Long
levers, she knows her strengths. She's not been particularly interested in the many gaps that are available square of the wicket on the offside. But now they are going to change the angle and the approach, maybe try and fire it wide of the off stump and force her to try and hit across from that area. Buys not a dot ball, but gets Campbell off strike, but brings up her 50 off only 36 balls, 4 fours, 2 sixes. It's been good fun to watch this from Amy Campbell. She has not backed down, and she has cleared the boundary rope a couple of times completely. Takes the pressure off Thomas as well.
Yes, I'm sure Alice Hill won't be too sorry to see Campbell at the non-striker's end. And in fact, just taking the single day means that she'll be off strike for the first ball of the next over as well.
1 over left of Hill. Yeah, this really has been the innings that Yorkshire kind of needed, really. I'm probably going to go needed rather than wanted, actually, because there was a real danger of that innings grinding to a halt. And when that 4th wicket fell at 134, lose another couple quickly, and all of a sudden Yorkshire might have been looking at getting bowled out for under 200 in back-to-back games, but now they really are looking good for an imposing score.
And I think, as you said earlier, for Yorkshire, with the bowlers that they've got, chasing anything over the 200 is going to be challenging.
It's been timed well by Thomas to deep cover. Ariana Dowse fell for 92 for Middlesex.
Just looking at that, yes. Just short of her century, but Saskia Hawley's still there. 230 for 3 Middlesex after 41 overs. Kent 170 for 5 after 42.5.
Campbell doesn't middle that one for a moment. I thought that was going to be right into the midriff of Thomas at the non-striker's end. Olivia Thomas, that is.
And with that single, that's the Yorkshire 200 coming up.
Dowse falling for 92 in the match between Middlesex and Leicestershire. That match taking place at the Upton Steel County Ground. Ramp shot attempted, an appeal for LBW, which is turned down. Not much support from elsewhere there for that shout from Bird.
I think everybody was trying to work out which angle she was at and which bit of her it hit.
Yeah.
Oh, it did hit her leg, but it it hit her with what was originally outside off stump.
Oh gosh, spoon back up the pitch, and it's gone absolutely nowhere as Thomas was looking for the Memorial Stadium.
Two balls to go now. Can Bird keep this as a tight over? They might be looking for the 2 here. Yes, they're running positively.
Might be looking for 3 the way they've been going, but not this time.
No. Yeah, just 2 runs there. That was Liv Daniels out of position. She's moving around. Is she trying to do field in every position today?
She's obviously wanting a bit more variety from short extra cover.
She's at a sort of a short backward point at the moment.
Skelton has been at short extra a lot. Another paddle which catches something, shouldn't go for 4, and it doesn't. In the end, they are coming through for an extra run this time, and they will make it at both ends.
So that was just flicked from inside the boundary there by Mega Hearn, but in doing that, it then went back in, and I think Alice Hill might have felt that one on her shins. It was thrown to the far end, to the non-striker's end, as they took the 3rd run. End result being that is the over, and it's 205 for 4.
I do get the impression Campbell is rather forcing Thomas through for some of these runs, although it's now Campbell that, after the exertions of the running and the heaving into the leg side, I think she may just be asking for a drink.
Well, as we said earlier, it will be hotter out there than we can feel, and they've been running quite a lot. Helmet pads and everything else does make running a little bit more difficult. The heat builds up inside those helmets.
Saskia Hawley has reached her 100 for Middlesex from 93 balls. Innings including 11 fours, as returning is B. Willis. So pace from both ends. Bristol 1 over of a hill that could be used if Gloucestershire want to go back to it. Flicked uppishly. Getting Campbell so quickly to that striker's end, but this time no second.
Yeah, that one was just bowled a little bit down the leg side. Probably would have been a wide if she'd not taken the single. So from Gloucestershire's point of view, it means no extra ball. And they're having to think now about what fielders they want where on that leg side for Amy Campbell. We've got another fielder going out towards the boundary. Someone as a short mid-wicket and someone at a sort of a long-on position. So again, trying to defend that boundary. She's coming around the wicket to her. And it's a wide. You can see what she's trying to do, trying to make sure that it's not in a position where she can get onto that short boundary on the leg side. But that was just a little bit too wide.
$15 extras so far, so certainly not dire by any stretch. Full toss pounded into the ground, and that's unlucky because that would have gone straight to mid-off and I think been a dot ball if Willis hadn't touched it. But
she should have tipped it round the field, didn't she?
Deflected it away from Liv Daniels. However, it has got Amy Campbell off strike, but I'm not sure that that's what she was aiming for. Just get rid of some of that wind noise from outside.
I'm glad you added that.
Somebody'd be thinking it if I didn't say it. They'll take two here, Ahern having to move around from long on. Good placement, and well, 7.5 overs left. You'd be fancying 8s, 9s the way they've been going from here.
Just pushed away down through that sort of gully area. Again, coming back for the 2.
So there's no pace in this pitch either, even though it is a used pitch. The fact that, again, the outfield's doing some of it as well, but the fact that she's just been able to guide that one away for a couple of runs off soft hands and an open face shows you. Slower ball, appeal for LBW, finger raised.
That's well bowled.
So B. Willis strikes and breaks what has been a damaging partnership for Gloucestershire between Campbell and Olivia Thomas. And it is Thomas who departs for a well-made 33. Good support for Campbell. And whilst it was a rare LBW shout off a seam bowler on the pull, I think with the amount of pace taken off that one, I don't think you could say it was going over the top.
No, and it was pretty full as well.
It's sort of
it's
sort of on its way down, actually, almost as it hits her, isn't it?
Yeah, she committed herself to that shot very early and just caught out by the pace of the ball.
Again, you talk about experience and players to lean on. As some appreciative applause for Thomas's 33 there, but Ria Fackrell coming out to the middle, providing Yorkshire with not only what I'm sure will be some critical overs if Gloucestershire are to make a fist of chasing this. You'd think they're going to have to play Fackrell well when the time comes, but also the ability to score quick runs in the lower order.
She's been a very effective player for Yorkshire in both this and the Vitality Blast competition, with contributing both runs and wickets. And at least she was born in the 1990s, even though it was 1999. Born in Coventry, so from the Midlands.
Yes, well, she played all of her regional cricket for the Central Sparks,
Yeah.
didn't she? So she was quite a big part of that setup, and you know, again, another one of those cricketers that would have been weighing up options, I guess, where to go. And you know, there are a few of those cricketers around who, you know, you'd say there are some cricketers who were right there in terms of getting those professional deals, and you know, to some extent it was, you know, other things coming into it, I guess, like, do I actually want to move that far away from roots? Up in the air, will fall short of long off though, just a matter of watching the spin, which long off does.
Yes, I guess for these tier 2 players, you've got a combination of, you know, is it so? Yes, apparently she joined the Warwickshire Academy set up when she was 10 years old, and then played for Shropshire for a while. Where are her opportunities? You know, it might be affected by where people are studying, where they're working, and although these games
family
are
as well.
yeah, what are your family commitments?
Short and wide, but hit into the field by Fackrell. Gets her off the mark.
It's been one of the things that's in some ways has inhibited county development in the past, and that you did have to have some tie to that county to play for them. So either you had to be born there or educated there or live there or play for a club that was in the county. So there was some quite imaginative addresses and things given, I think, for people when people wanted to change counties.
Skewed away for one more.
And it was always the eligibility for who should play where. I think this is shown just in a way how artificial that was, because people do move around that much more now. So letting people play where they are and what suits them and what works for that county as well, really helpful.
Short ball that's been pumped away over the top and has in the end gone for 4. It kicks off the hands of Izzy Patel at deep mid-wicket. Bounced a couple of times off this hard outfield. She's parried a couple on the infield, but that one escapes the clutches.
What that county eligibility approach used to lead to is basically if you had a strong club that attracted players, then that would also be a strong county. Kent was a classic example of that. If you think Charlotte Edwards, born in Huntingdonshire, ended up playing for a club in Invicta in Kent. And
In the air, caught,
good
an extra
catch.
cover. So Fackrell comes and goes pretty quickly, and it was a good catch with, I think, Chloe Skelton at extra cover. You felt that it was probably likely to be held, but that was blasted away. We'll get a pretty good look at it from
She went
this
up with
angle.
her fingers up. It was probably like she had to bend down quite low there to take that with the fingers up style, but it worked.
Yeah. That would have had some fade on it off the bat of Fackrell as well. So I think, well, 6 down, 219 on the board. There are still 6 overs left, but it may be that we sort of see Yorkshire keep going just because they feel as though they've already, you know, they'll feel as though they'll get to a total that they'll have a good chance of defending anyway now. But what they could do in the final 6 overs is really power towards a
Well, if you think,
really imposing score.
yeah, 5 and over will get them up to that 250 mark, which I think we said right at the start will be challenging for Gloucestershire. Not impossible, but certainly challenging. So anything they can get over and above that all makes it that much more difficult.
Right, so I say this with trepidation.
About who it is, you mean?
This is Innes Blackwell.
So can we just rerun the conversation we had about her before?
She's 16 years of age, you know. This is underneath the bat first up, and he won't come through. So Campbell will be on strike for the next over. But a second wicket for Alice Bird. And Campbell, be interesting to see how she plays this now, whether she does do as I suggested and keep going, or if she thinks, okay, maybe just a couple of overs and then launch in the final 4 or something like that. I don't know.
I think she's probably quite enjoying herself. So
yes, I think she's probably in the frame of mind that if she thinks it's in her half, she's going
correct
to swing as hard as she can. Bowling figures there, so 6 overs left, and well, to be honest, all of Belcher, Bird or Skelton could bowl their remaining overs out. Willis had been bowling and got the wicket of Thomas. I think after some discussion it is going to be Willis to continue. It would be quite something if Chloe Skelton didn't bowl her allocation, but actually the way it's going, the return of Seam has done the trick for Gloucestershire.
yes, and maybe they are mindful of needing to defend that shorter boundary, and with the way that Amy Campbell's been playing. Another little swap around of the field. So we've got the 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side again. Again, B. Willis trying to keep it away from the place where it can be hit onto the leg side, but just gone a little bit too wide there.
Yeah, it's sort of tricky to know what to do with this field also. When you're trying to bowl wide Yorkers, but you don't have anybody back fine on the offside.
And she's looking for that line where just inside that wide line.
That's a good shot. Over extra cover, and now Campbell gives Liv Daniels and Gloucestershire something else to think about, because that is not an area that she's targeted yet in her innings, but she shows that she's perfectly capable of hitting it there if she wants to.
But in a way, with those fielders on the leg side, and with the bowler trying to bowl wider on the offside, that it's set up for her to do that.
She's taken that one more off the stumps, but I think premeditating that she was going to hit offside. Over the top it goes, but that time out to deep cover as to watch it off the practice pitches, and then there's a fumble out there, and I think a double fumble, which
Yeah, I think they'd have got the
Campbell
2
put
anyway.
the pressure on her, yeah. Well,
They'd have got the 2, but a slightly easier 2.
and again, it's just experience. You don't see every cricketer do what Campbell's doing, but there have been quite a lot of times when there have been those extra runs on the arms to the longer boundary, and Campbell just doesn't hesitate, just goes for it. Up in the air, Daniels running back from mid-off, just past her.
Yeah, she did run backwards, but not quite enough. I wouldn't call that it wasn't a drop because nothing ever touched it. So
No.
It was a chance, but she's limping a little bit, having got up from that one.
We saw one earlier on that I think was misjudged and went over the head of mid-on, but that one, she realised very quickly that she was going to have to go back. She just couldn't quite get back to it. So an expensive over here with 10 runs coming from it already, and we certainly got our answer as to what Campbell's ideas are.
She's sort of leaning on a bat and pad a little bit there. I think she's I think she's feeling the heat out there, but not the pressure.
Slashed away nicely by Blackwell, and that really was not even a yard either side of Skelton at backward point, and she'd have been off the mark with 4.
That's a slightly slower, loopier one there, just played away for the single. Puts Campbell back on strike, so those fielders go back out to the boundary again.
straight this time. It will plop a little bit.
Yeah, she didn't quite get hold of that one, so it just stopped within the boundary.
It's a good area to target, though.
Yeah, because the fielders are... In fact, there's no fielder in that direction at all behind the bowler.
So, end of 45, and they've been scoring at basically tens recently, so 280, not out of the question if Campbell stays there.
Yeah, so Bird off and Belcher back on now, and who will be coming round the wicket. For anybody who's joined us recently, she was given an official warning by the umpire for running down the wicket when she was bowling over the wicket. So she then moved bowling round the wicket and was bowled very economically.
It has been 280, 290 for the last several games here. The two men's games and then the 291 for Gloucestershire against Worcestershire.
Yeah.
It looks as if it is going to end up, and Gloucestershire's innings, as we talked about last week, didn't end up there in smooth fashion, but it did end up there. Skelton still got a full toss.
I say, just ignore everything I said about Belcher coming back. It isn't her at all. She had the ball in her hand at one point, but it is Chloe Skelton bowling now.
I must admit, I was following my train of thought, and I did actually ignore ignore you. Bounce there, which skips over the probing bat of Blackwell.
Katie Jones thought there might have been a little bit of a lift of the foot there and took a bail off, but not given, not out. Or not given out, should I say.
Blackwell will get Campbell on strike, but in some ways, again, if Gloucestershire want to limit the damage here, probably do need Skelton to be bowling at Campbell, because that's...
And getting her out this over.
Well, that's... it's basically the professional bowling to the professional.
Well, they are tempting her here because they've just got the one fielder out deep on the leg side.
Oh, that's a wonderful shot. Almost six as well. Over backward point on the reverse sweep. And she is pulling out all the tricks now, Amy Campbell.
That was such quick hands there. That decision that she made, switched her hand rounds and hit that one onto what would have been her offside. Yeah, so it didn't matter where the fielders were on the other side, but that was a lovely shot.
Such good connection, and you see how quickly that bat comes through as well.
It's the speed, wasn't it?
Yeah. She will be thinking in terms of that possible milestone. She's going to have to face most of the deliveries, but the way that she's going,
it's not impossible.
It is on, yeah. And again, the ball is eluded.
A third time in the car park. They're going to be putting a parking ticket on it soon.
Ground staff down there, yeah. I think, is that Sean Williams now on his knees on the concrete over toward the fence over there.
Okay, so when the men's matches are here, is that area open? I mean, there'll be more cars in it, presumably.
Yes.
But, yeah, there's still...
But yeah, I don't remember it being quite so often a problem as it seems to have been today. There's a proper hunt on for it. Have they found it?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
We got it.
You can see the view at the end there.
What a shot that is, by the way.
Yeah.
You cannot say that you don't get the shots that you need.
Looks like a mechanical digger and roller. It's all the rollers parked
Yes,
there.
well, that's often where the ground staff watch from, actually,
Yeah.
because the seats of those
Very colourful
bits of equipment are more comfortable than the seats that they would otherwise be sitting on.
Yes. Okay. We're back to... No, oh, sorry, the person with the drink's just going off. Liv Daniels just taking the opportunity for a little bit of liquid refreshment there. And she's come up to a short fine leg.
Hit straight, high, hard for six.
And that was straight into the advertising boards at the far end.
she is really not leaving an area of the ground undamaged.
That was a lovely shot.
It's just the speed of the bat and the power, the leverage. Reverse sweep, and she is absolutely toying with this field now. Nobody fine inside the circle on the offside. Bit of bat on that, round the corner. And even if she's only facing 3 balls and over, she's now on to 79 with 4 overs to go.
Yeah, 15 off that over. Which is not something you say about Chloe Skelton very often.
Well, that's it, isn't it? It shows you, really, as much as there might be a couple of the Gloucestershire bowlers thinking that they've almost done something wrong to concede the runs to her, but I don't think Skelton has done a great deal wrong there either, but she's been targeted as well.
I think she's using all, you know that stuff I said at the start of the previous over about Belcher coming back on? She is now. Yeah, I mean, she's using all that experience, and it is disheartening for the fielders as well, because it doesn't matter how well you set your field, she's just finding the gaps with Amy Campbell.
Yeah, really, the only strategy here is somehow to try and trap her at the other end. But, you know, as I said, in that previous over, she only faced 3 balls, but all 3 boundaries.
But Caitlin Belcher's up for a challenge, isn't she? She's about to bowl now. Coming round the wicket. That was well bowled onto the pads. Just a single pushed away. So now we'll see how this battle goes.
Well, it's basically, where does Campbell want to target, not is she going to target?
Except that previous ball bowled in at the pads like that is, you've got to bat very positively to do something with that. They're hard to get away, so it'll be interesting to see how this goes now. A little field adjustment, an extra person coming into the offside at mid-off.
Should just be the one, and yeah, it is.
And in current circumstances, that's a little moral victory.
Yeah, that is probably the first ball that she's mistimed since that second one of those loopy top edge sweeps that she hit. Strike rate well in excess of 160. Has very much changed the feel of this game. In the air, oh, it's been half volleyed by Skelton, and then there was a little bit of a moment there when she just gathered herself, and in the meantime they've come through for the single. 250 up for Yorkshire, 3.5 overs to go.
She went for it, but the ball just dropped in front of her in the field there. Campbell back on strike.
Field scatters as much as it can. Wide ball over the offside, spooned away. I think she may try and come back for 2 here. She will. The throw comes in, and again she'll make it. It's tricky to know what to do really out on that boundary, because Reddy feels as though she has to be on the rope, because it's an attempt to try and cut off whatever angle you can with the power of Campbell, but then it does mean that even a ball like that ends up being a 2. Another mighty hit into the onside, off the knees of deep mid-wicket, but the shorter side, so it's not really much of a thought of 2, so you would think this basically a free hit for Blackwell at this stage. Not sure that Campbell will be too bothered, given that Blackwell has shown that she can give her the strike, but even numbers would be good from a Yorkshire perspective here. And they, I think, will get 2 wide of long on. Ahern will get the throw in, and once more they make it back.
That's good running.
It is. Recognise that possibility straight away, and there was nothing more that Ahern could have done. She got to the ball briskly, sent that throw in, but it's a long way out there, and it was just well placed enough.
But the positive point there from Belcher's point of view was that it was 1s and 2s that were being scored on that. Amy Campbell didn't really get hold of her. The couple of shots she played that did go for 2 compared to what she'd been hitting were slightly mistimed.
Yeah, just that extra pace and that skiddiness of Belcher missing the middle of the bat a bit more.
Yeah.
Well, Chloe Skelton is not going to bowl her 10 overs. Can say that for sure now, because back comes Alice Bird.
Yes. Deciding that pace is a better option than spin at this stage.
It's funny how things have changed in this innings, isn't it?
Yeah.
At one stage you thought, well, 30 overs of spin, absolute given. High full toss. It's going to be safe. Only question is how many it's going to be. It will land in between 3 fielders.
I was going to say how many runs or how many fielders.
Yeah.
Just the 2 there.
Just about dipping in time not to be a no ball.
Yes, if you'd drawn lines there between the 3 fielders and gone to a middle point, that's exactly where that ball was landing. Not quite getting hold of that one. Trying to play it away through the covers, but picked up there.
I thought for a moment the sun had gone in, but it's just the lights going off in our commentary box. We obviously haven't moved at all for
Somebody put some
about
money.
an hour.
Someone put some money in the meter, please.
Do we have a limit to the amount of time we can have the lights on in here now? 15 days of lights on, exactly. Ramp shot attempted. I think that's missed everything, has it? And they'll get Campbell off strike.
Oh,
It
yes,
did miss
it was a
everything.
bye. Yeah, she came a good 18 inches outside her stump there to try and get round to play the ramp shot, but missed it. Just run through for the single.
Another ramp. There's no short fine. There's no fine leg. And that is a fine shot from Innes Blackwell for her first boundary.
Yeah, very nicely played.
They've all got it now, haven't they?
They have.
May have just been a full toss again. Yeah, does make that shot a little bit easier. You take the pitch out of the equation. They've put a fielder now at short fine to try and protect it. So she goes with the power game now, out into the onside.
Good pickup.
Pickup, yeah,
And
indeed.
keeps that to the 1. Good fielding there.
Izzy Patel, who's been patrolling that mid-wicket boundary pretty much since the power play. High up into the sky, it's going to land between 2 fielders this time.
Yeah.
Her placement has been terrific in this innings, Campbell, when she hasn't middled it. The rare occasions when she hasn't middled it. So she will be kept off strike on 87. 2 overs remain.
Does she go for it? I think I would.
Well,
Because
yes.
as you said, it's a bit of a free pass now, and now they've got up to 265.
Well, the only question is now, what's Blackwell thinking? Because she's shown that she's wanting to find the boundary ropes as well. I suppose it's whatever Campbell's telling her. You
think
just hit the boundary, don't think about my 100, or give me a single.
yeah, well, she might not say that. I think as if I were Blackwell, I'd be wanting the single.
Young'un.
Unless it happens to be a full, nice, juicy full toss.
Well, that's what she's going to do. She's going to ramp it, but she's going to be caught. And that's the best possible outcome for Gloucestershire, because not only do they take the wicket, but Campbell will be kept off strike.
Yes.
And Belcher really deserving that wicket for the job that she's done earlier on in the innings, as much as what she's done coming back now.
She's really using the width of the crease on that side, having, you know, because she has to come round the wicket because of her earlier warning. Really taking advantage again, that really awkward line in, and certainly not one that was ideal for that shot, as the result showed.
Alice Bird completing the catch at short fine leg. And so
Jess Woolston, I think.
Yeah, Woolston indeed, the new batter who will be on strike. I don't think actually they would have quite crossed anyway, even if that old part of the law had still been in action about crossing.
Yes, that was always a good way of getting the batter you wanted on strike.
Just hit it as high up in the air as possible, yeah.
And say yes. Middlesex have finished on 295 for 4 against Leicestershire.
They don't like losing wickets, do they?
Nope.
Even if, I mean, they're pretty much winning everything, but it's not as though they're giving their lower order batters much of a chance.
No.
Shoveled into the leg side, and, well, they were basically coming through for that run anyway. Almost whatever happened, Amy Campbell was running there.
At this stage of the game, why wouldn't you?
And bat on ball really is the key at this stage. I mean, the only situation when you're backing up at the non-strikers end when you think you'd be in trouble is if you miss it completely.
So she's got 10 balls now, 4 in this, potentially, but they can't all be boundaries, because then she'd be on the wrong end for the next over.
Yes, but then if she hits boundaries, she's done it pretty much anyway. That could be one of them. Full toss, and it will be. Gets between long on and deep mid-wicket. And a rare mistake from Belcher, it has to be said. It has been an exemplary spell, this, but Amy Campbell not going to miss out on that.
Takes her into the 90s now, 91.
Just heaved that one away. I don't think they can come back here, can they? Or they can.
They're going for it.
As the throw comes into Woolston's end anyway. And Campbell just continues to put her head down and charge and put Gloucestershire under pressure, whether that be with a bat or with her legs. They would be in a bit of a mire, Yorkshire, without this innings.
But with it, it's...
But that is where your experienced players come to the fore, I guess.
Exactly. That was a slower one there.
It's well bowled. Okay. I mean, you can see, whilst she has played a lot of shots elsewhere around the ground, in this over, she has very much been trying to drag everything to the onside. So now she'll surely want one.
Yeah, that was a slow ball just inside that blue line. One, or I don't think she's going to get many threes here, so yes. Oh, and
she's not going to
a
get
dot.
anything.
No, she's going to have to rely on her batting partner now.
So that will be her spell done. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 25.
Excellent spell, because she could very easily have been put off by that warning for running down the wicket, but she adapted really well to coming round the wicket, and then we had that little run of maidens that she bowled. So yeah, great spell by her.
Well, it's still 6 of the first 9 overs from the Ashley Down Road end were maidens, but there were a couple of overs that also went for 14 in that early part of the innings. So Woolston on strike, and the final over of the Yorkshire innings will be bowled by Alice Bird.
Lots of singles available here. Let's see if she can get one and get Campbell back on strike. Nope, slower ball.
Probably a wise decision from Campbell also not to run, because Jones is pretty close there. She is standing back, but
she's sort of covering her options really, isn't she?
On 93, you wouldn't yet want to take the risk. Maybe another swing and a miss.
Yeah.
And they might have to, but not yet.
Yeah, should be a single. Yeah, there we go. Played up to mid-off.
No tactical fumble there.
No. So 4 balls to go and 7 runs needed for 100. So let's see what happens now.
Well, I predict that she's going to swing very hard.
Car park again? No, she's on the wrong side of the car park.
Well, she I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. She's hit one crisp boundary over extra cover.
Yeah. That's a wide ball, so she's got another go now.
Yeah. I guess now they're almost tempting her to hit into the leg side, but then probably being pace off, they've got their fielders in the deep a long way in front of square. If she can hit it square, there's a huge gap between backward square and deep mid-wicket. Straight back to the bowler.
It's good, but in terms of small victories within a wider score so far, this over's going well from a Gloucestershire point of view.
It would be pretty desperate for Campbell if she couldn't get there.
7 off 2 now she needs.
Goes for the reverse and sends backward point. I think the wrong way, but well placed. .97, 2 to go.
Yes, I was getting that wide before. That gave her the extra one.
She's gone fairly early there, but I don't think Alice Bird would have been expecting that shot.
I think we could probably predict that this won't be a single. Or, okay, I'm wrong.
Dear me, they are going to take the one.
So that's it from her point of view. She's going to be stranded on 97.
Did you know how many balls there were left in the over?
Well, I'd like to think so. It's on the board.
She's taken her gloves off at the
she
non-striker's end, but well, Alice Bird could bowl a wide and they could run.
They could run on a wide.
That's, other than that,
or one on a no ball.
Done.
Yeah.
Yes, extras would have to get involved. Last ball of the innings. And it will be a legal delivery. It will just be the one, will it? No, Campbell's going to come back for it and make it again, as she's done so many times in this innings. And Yorkshire finish 281 for 7 as Amy Campbell ends up 98 not out from 61 balls, just a couple shy of her second 100 of this one-day cup campaign. You would have to say, with Yorkshire's attack, you would feel that that is a type of score that they would have been looking for at the start of the innings and set out to defend it.
Indeed, I think it's going to be a challenging total for Gloucestershire. I mean, Gloucestershire really bowled well in the early stages. And then when the spinners came on, they put a little bit of a squeeze on. But the 98 off 61, supported by Oliver and Thomas, both Thomases, really pushed that score up for Yorkshire. So we'll be ready for an interesting second half, and Gloucestershire knowing they're going to have to be on it right from the start.
The pick of the bowlers from a Gloucestershire point of view: Liv Daniels 2 for 40, and then also Belcher 1 for 25 from her 9 overs. Those two really particularly standing out. Possibly not quite as good a fielding performance as the last couple of games from Gloucestershire. It's going to happen. And also, I think from that point of view, what's really good is that they were, in a way, they were put under pressure. And I think the more that that happens, the more experience that you get of that sort of situation. And that's pretty much what this whole competition is about from a Gloucestershire point of view. They are a very young side, and they are getting experience playing against some top-level opposition today in Yorkshire, as Campbell ends with that terrific 98 not out from 61. Really enjoyed watching that, and we will see what Gloucestershire can do, chasing down 282 as this vital game in the one-day cup between two sides who have the same record but just separated by 2 points continues. We'll be back in just under half an hour with the Gloucestershire run chase. Welcome back to a sun-drenched Bristol, where it is time to resume this Metro Bank One-Day Cup Division League 2, match between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire, with both teams coming into this with identical records, 3 wins, 3 defeats. Yorkshire in 4th place, Gloucestershire in 7th, but only 2 points behind Yorkshire, and if they want to go ahead of their opposition, they will need to chase down that score of 281 for 7 off the back of Amy Campbell's blitzkrieg of a 98 off 61 balls. And it's Becca Halliday and Meg Ahern back opening the batting. Halliday to face and Jess Woolston to open the bowling from the pavilion end. Striking the pad straight away, although heading slightly leg-side-ish. Ed Seaborn and Carol Camino, your commentators, as wind noise continues to buffet the microphone.
Yes, that mysterious wind that we can't quite see it moving anything too much, but it certainly is swirling around our microphones downstairs.
Perhaps we could send James Healy up to the balcony to have a look for us. Oh, that's up in the air and it falls short and then wide of backward point, and Halliday gets off the mark in slightly skew-whiff circumstances, but will be happy enough to be at the non-striker's end. 62 from 86 balls from Halliday against Worcestershire. Were helped out somewhat by the wides and the no balls, meaning that Halliday actually didn't have to really score much quicker than that to get Gloucestershire off to an absolute flyer. Good looking drive from Ahern, who's strong square of the wicket on the offside. Finds the backward point fielder.
Yes, I think to chase this sort of total, ideally Gloucestershire will need a good start today within that power play. But we know that Yorkshire are a very good bowling side. We were talking earlier about how when they were playing against Glamorgan, it really looked like they scored 170 odd, but then Glamorgan, it got a lot closer than it looked like it might need to. So we know they're a good bowling side. So I said it's going to be challenging for Gloucestershire, but a good start, a good power play would be really good. And likewise for Yorkshire, keeping these first overs tight, being right in on the stumps, which Woolston is straight away. That's what they need to make sure that Gloucestershire have a very limited chance of chasing.
Yeah, there is plenty of quality in this Yorkshire bowling attack. Ahern gets that one past backward point, and a chase around the boundary, and it is surely not stopped. That hit the rope, didn't it?
Was it the ball or was it her foot?
Or was it the foot?
She might have just got round behind it.
Wow. Well, she's got slightly fortunate there, because the hand came down and made contact with the ball, and I guess it must have flicked it into the boot. I thought that was up against the rope, but it must have been the white boot against the white rope. So Ahern underway with a couple. That one is that in swing from Woolston that just threatened to bring that leading edge into play, which we've seen a couple of times today. 3 runs off the opening over, and Jess Woolston, who made her debut in terms of the upper level of women's cricket in the 2022 Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy final against the Southern Vipers. Bowled 4 overs in that game. That was the year that the Diamonds finally broke up the hegemony of the Southern Vipers. Put their name on that Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, which I gather is still being used. for the other division of this competition. Down the leg side from Hannah Rainey, opening the bowling from the Ashley Down Road end.
Yes, I've heard various stories about that, about whether there's going to be new trophies or not, but it'd be good if it was being used for one of them.
I heard that it was, but maybe that was just a rumour at the start of the season.
It's hard to keep in touch with all the rumours, isn't it?
Well, I don't know, because I thought that I'd read something in a release that said that they were still playing for that trophy, even though the competition was renamed.
We'll have to see the pictures and find out.
I had a feeling somebody did do some digging for us on that. But either way, I don't think it's the case with this division.
No.
I can't help but call them divisions. I've done it again. Of all the things that they're called, it's not division, is it? It's either tier or league. But anyway, Halliday drives.
That sounds
firm
like our
shot for
earlier
no run.
conversation about overs and sets, as in from the 100 not calling them sets, but they are a block of 5 balls.
Yes, they are happy for you to say set of 5, but you can't just say set like an interchange with overs. Driving and missing, Halliday didn't seem to swing an enormous amount, but Halliday possibly expecting it to swing. Speaking of, I was working yesterday with Sachi Pai, who is the housemate of Hannah Rainey.
Brilliant. Any inside gossip on that one?
Well, no. Down leg side, that's a smart one-handed take from Maddie Ward back there. It is still wided. No, she was just saying that Hannah Rainey used to be a vet.
Okay.
Gave up that to pursue her cricketing dream.
But it's good she's got something she can go back to at least.
Well, yes.
Once you're qualified, presumably you stay qualified.
The proportion of dog owners these days, I think there's always a job for a vet. Oh, inside edge. Halliday finding that inside edge a few times already, but does pick up one. But yeah, I think also just we did talk about the fact that she just really was looking forward to having this obvious route to extended cricket with Yorkshire as well. Bowled!
Oh,
Beautifully bowled by Rainey. Top of off stump, pretty much through the gate of Meg Ahern. And that's a fine bit of seam bowling that produces an early wicket for Yorkshire.
See why Yorkshire wanted to sign her.
Quite. 6 ODIs, 37 T20 internationals for Scotland. Out you go, Meg Ahern, and face that.
That's interesting, isn't it, the way I was thinking between the innings there about the opportunities that the Scottish players are having to play. They're playing, I think I read somewhere that in the period of 18 months they've got no international games arranged. But when you look at the ones who are scattered throughout Tier 1, Tier 2, they're doing really well.
Yeah, it's such a sadness that they aren't getting the opportunity to play more, because with the names that they've got, because it's not just by any means about the Bryce sisters anymore.
No.
There are so many good Scottish players coming through who are standing out in English domestic cricket and would have a great chance, if the ability surely to play more as a unit and to test themselves against the better international sides. I mean, you could easily see Scotland, all things being equal, being, to be honest, better than some of the established men's test playing nations. Pratana ready to the crease, getting a wide first up.
Well, there's an interesting one, because they, in the past, when Scotland had very little cricket to play, they did play in the county championship, the English county championship, as Scotland. I guess the way we've gone now with the tiers and the teams, and because they're a separate nation and playing international games, that's not going to happen now. But it would certainly be a means of keeping that unit together as a team.
Yeah.
We had playing for Worcestershire, and we had a very interesting trip up to Stirling in Scotland to play against Scotland up there, and then they came down and played with us, and it's great playing people from all sorts of different places. That was in the early days of Scotland's development, but yeah, no, I mean, well, I think so we'll have to sit and do can you make a Scottish team out of the players playing in the English tiers at the moment? Probably not far off.
Pretty much, I'd have thought.
And
yeah.
there's bound to be somebody who could play for Scotland, but they haven't found yet.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, so we're going to count somebody like a Kirsty Gordon in this.
Yeah.
A little bit of pad on that was there. Yeah, there was a brief inquiry from a couple of the fielders, I think, basically just to inquire as to what that hit rather than actually appealing for a catch, but making sure that umpire Grigg wasn't going to give that as a wide. Yeah. Every run could matter. In the air, but short of extra cover.
That was just chipped up there. I thought for a moment it was going to be a chance, but it just dropped short of the fielder, Erin Thomas.
I mean, Yorkshire will be hoping every run counts in terms of possibly net run rate, but also bonus point.
Indeed,
but,
they need to be up there trying to get into that top four and put that gap between them and the ones who are behind. And this is, you know, with the score they've made today, this is an opportunity for them to do that.
Glamorgan 42 without loss, chasing Kent's 227 for 7. Lauren Parfitt and Abby Freeborn opening the batting for Glamorgan. Freeborn on loan, but as I think we discussed last week, you'd have to imagine there might be the potential that Glamorgan are looking to lure her there when the time comes. Helped away round the corner on the leg side down to long leg. But again, just the single for Becca Halliday. You know when somebody opens a drinks can and you just immediately feel thirsty? That's what our stream operator has just done at the back of the box. But it sounded as if it was right next to me. Exactly, I know you did everything you could have done.
He's trying to avoid the on the stream.
Oh, that's a good ball. It draws ready into the shot, and then that ball just holds its line on her. And there is enough in this early on that would suggest that these first 10 overs aren't going to be about attempting to get off to a flying start, but possibly more just keeping wickets in hand.
Yeah. Batting as well as they're being allowed to do at the moment.
Interesting early score at Grace Road, or the Upton Steel County Ground if you prefer. Leicestershire 35 without loss halfway through the 5th over, chasing that 295. Be hot work at Grace Road today.
Yes, and I think it's always difficult, isn't it, when with the power play. You've got no idea whether that 35 is snicks through slips, hits over the top or whatever else. 35 can be a really good score. It can be quite a flattering score because of all the fielding restrictions.
Cut away by Halliday, but deep third, able to protect that boundary.
Yeah, one of the things to notice here is that a lot of the Scottish players, when they're fielding on the circle, actually they're fielding inside it, so they're in and able to attack those balls that are just dropped down in front of them. So they're running in well, and they're sort of quite almost in the batsman's faces in the nicest batter's faces in the nicest possible way.
hunting in packs was
Yeah.
a phrase that was used yesterday
Mm.
in terms of what it was like to play Yorkshire from a Lancashire player who
I was going to ask you your source.
may be rather obvious who that is.
I think they've never been particularly quiet on the pitch, I think it's safe
No.
to say.
Mind you, neither of Lancashire. All striking her on the pad. Oh, I thought that was looking like trouble for Reddy, but maybe was the angle just taking it down.
Yeah, Prathana Reddy just strolling nonchalantly to the side there. No, that wasn't out, and fortunately the umpire was persuaded.
Has nipped back.
Mm.
It's tricky to tell from that angle because it's going to look. Oh, here we go. This might be the angle, and I can't quite see the ball.
No.
Glare off the screen.
Oh, another good
past the
ball.
inside edge. Yeah. Well, this is an impressive opening spell.
It is, and it's not a case of playing carefully. Actually, it's been quite hard to get bat on ball at the moment.
And impressive, really. I mean, you would expect, in a way, again, you expect it to be impressive, given that Rainey is the calibre of bowler that she is. But more so, the fact that she's not had a great deal of cricket. And again, going back to what was mentioned, that, and I think this is one of the things that I've always felt about this Lancashire side, really. Even in Tier 1 this year, there's a little bit of this, where you could actually basically select a fairly competitive 11 from the players that aren't playing in it. And some of the evidence is those several players that have made the move over now to play for Yorkshire, where the opportunities are. And in recent years, I'm thinking back to the previous era, to the regional days, it did feel as though Lancashire / Thunder / Northwest Thunder, that one anyway, that entity did underperform a lot, but then it was hard because there were so many players coming in who'd only played about 2 games of cricket all season, and then you've got to come straight in and perform. It's not as easy as just doing that. Edging, there's no second slip, and also deep third cannot get there, so Gloucestershire have their first boundary, albeit of a slicing outside edge.
Sorry, I was just looking, continuing our Scotland conversation, just at other players who are playing in the English tiers at the moment. Who else did I find there?
Catherine Fraser.
Yeah.
She was
Rachel Slater, I think, sure I've seen her.
Yeah, Rachel Slater.
Abtar Maqsood.
Of course.
Yes, so you were almost up to a whole team. But at least it is giving them the opportunity to play at that, to play at that slightly higher standard. But as you say, how you quite get a team ethos going when you're so separated, it's hard to know. Meanwhile, back in Gloucestershire, it's Jess Woolston to continue.
I was going to say there are 4 Scots playing for Lancashire's women alone. Got Ailsa Lister, who's had a fabulous season,
Yeah.
striking at around about 150 in the blast,
Yeah.
and has already had a couple of those sorts of knocks in the 100 as well. Darcy Carter, spinning all round it. Then Olivia Bell, and that does count Hannah Rainey as well.
Yeah.
Actually, it's that 4th.
And then you've got the Middlesex Scots. Saskia Hawley,
Yeah.
made 100 today. And the wicket keeper.
Yes, Sproul, Pippa
Yeah.
Sproul. Yeah.
I think we're up to 11.
We've certainly got a couple of wicket-keeping options.
Yes.
Ailsa Lister used to keep as well, didn't she? I don't think she's doing too much of that now, probably because of Sarah Bryce.
Could be, yeah. Yes, develop your other skills.
And Ellie Threlkeld, yeah.
Yes.
Down the leg side, there's a chance of 2 here. Reddy's running to the danger end, and it's a short throw, so they decide against it.
It was a brief thought of, shall we take another run there, but
Leg
it didn't.
bite. It's not like that signal from umpire Grigg. The the leg raised and the leg tapped, but then almost sort of with a balance off to the other side with the other arm going out to the side.
Are you sure you've seen me?
But as you say, there's so many players in recent times on the men's side who've got Scottish heritage that I've not thought of or heard about. There must be so many more who would be eligible, given that they changed the criteria.
Mm.
In terms of Scottish internationals. So it's not been a pleasant stay really so far at the crease for Halliday. 4 off 14, and she's found the middle of the bat a couple of times, but for singles and with that scoreboard pressure, the required rate is already around about a run a ball.
Yes, I mean, if it sounds like we've been talking more about Scotland and Gloucestershire, that's probably why. But we've still got plenty of time
To talk about Scotland.
well, I thought we might have to move countries now.
Well, at some point we may yet move countries, but not until we've finished doing our commentary here.
Yes. Well, we don't have to do the same for Wales because it's the England and Wales Cricket Board.
It is.
And Scotland, the Scottish players don't count as overseas players. So actually, I don't think there's anybody else who falls into that now. Because Irish players are overseas players, are they not?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Since,
well, unless they're Northern Ireland.
Well,
that's a good question.
I'm trying to think, because they can definitely play for Ireland if they choose. I think they may be able to choose
England or
either.
Ireland. Yeah.
Certainly that's the case in a lot of other sports. Top edge from Reddy, that'll work.
But a very convenient top edge that is. It was a bouncy ball, if you like. It came up past her ears, she got a bat on it, and it didn't really matter what she got on it, because as long as something touched it, it was going to go away.
Exactly. I was going to say, maybe I've done look at the replay, I might have done her a bit of a disservice just by calling that a top edge.
I
think she
she
still
played quite well.
knew what she was doing. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, no, it was good. Let's call it a good shot.
That's exactly what she's doing there.
Yeah. Get something on it and you get the runs, and she did. See the response now from Rainey.
Oh,
lovely
is
shot.
Stunning. Driven out through the covers. I'm not quite sure why there's such a desperate pursuit of that one, because that was 4 from the moment it left the bat.
Other than it's the longer boundary is the only thing you can say. But no, that was a lovely shot through the covers there.
Energy in the field.
Yes.
A little bit of overcompensation perhaps from Rainey, but then you'd rather be probably at this stage driven like that rather than pull. But again, you know, she challenged the pull shot. She could have got a wicket out of it.
Well, you've still got the slip in, so you want that line where it might, you know, you might open up the offside slightly, but because you've got the slip in, you want people playing those shots on the offside.
Might just settle Reddy a little bit, who's had a couple on that channel outside the off stump. Do you play, do you leave? Get that footwork going with a drive and a pull.
Oh, that was tight. It was a wide bowled on the offside there by Rainey, but it was quite adjacent to the blue line, I think.
Did hear a few exclamations of surprise.
Yes. But Prathana Reddy doesn't mind at all.
No, and it's still at the stage of the innings where, you know, a couple of bigger overs and all of a sudden you're moving in the right direction. and almost look to do the reverse of Yorkshire's power play, where they started so strongly and then lost a little bit of that momentum as Gloucestershire took the opening wicket, or even just a couple of overs before it. Oh, that one is going to be a wide. There can be too many complaints about that one. So I'm still trying to think, so how many days of, or how many overs of cricket have I seen lost this season over the number of games I've done? As we've got another sunny day here, that's not going to be a wide this time, so 6 gone, 25 for 1, chasing that 282.
It's interesting you say that. I've been listening to some podcasts and some speculation about how the standard of women's cricket is improving year on year, and the more teams play, professionally, and they play better coaching, the score, the average scores are going up. That may well be true, but I think this year you have to look at the weather as well.
That is definitely a factor, isn't it? The speed of these outfields.
And just making it really quite batter-friendly conditions. Is that what makes cricket slightly different from other sports, in that the statistics are so dependent on lots of other factors as well?
Yeah. Will be stopped by the keeper Ward. And also playing more games. I mean, not every county has made the commitment that Gloucestershire has made to play all their games at either Bristol or Cheltenham.
Yes.
But when you're playing on these sorts of surfaces and it's sunny, it does tend to make them roads, whereas maybe in other instances almost too much dryness can make it more slow and low.
Yes. It's just that better quality of wicket and where people are playing, and even generally speaking, certainly in Tier 1 and to some extent at Tier 2 as well, they're better quality grounds even if they're not first class grounds. So some of them may be like out grounds, which is still going to have the quality wickets there.
Yeah, and often there'll be the sorts of places, well, like Gloucestershire do with Cheltenham, where they do have their own ground staff, but there is also that connection with the parent club, and essentially it's more of a collaborative effort between the two sets of ground staff rather than it being entirely down to one or the other.
Yes. I know, I think we've spoken previously about Middlesex and playing at Radlett, but also Merchant Taylor School, and both of those are used regularly, because obviously the Lords is a little bit more restricted and might have the occasional other fixture going on at Lords.
Yes, you have to squeeze in Eton versus Harrow at some point.
Oh, was that happening? Well, there was talk it wasn't going to happen, so I don't know if it has or not.
To be honest, I don't know.
No. Why should it be there? Yes, that's the question.
Well,
Evolution, not revolution, Ed. Nice ball.
It is. Drew her into that shot.
Yeah, she tried to play down the line of it, but it just wasn't quite there for her.
No, I think just whether I moan about it or not, it doesn't matter. So there are some issues that I just choose to stay completely out of.
Control the controllables, isn't that the coaching mantra?
So
and maybe the same applies.
What a sickening cliche. It's
I know
lovely.
it is, but it's true. If I can't do anything about it, why should I worry about it?
Edging wide of the keeper and down to the boundary. They've taken the slip out and put the slip into a gully.
Who's now waving her hands.
What am I doing here? I didn't want to stand here. What did you make me stand there for?
That was a good edge. probably would have gone just where the slip had
Oh,
been
yeah.
standing.
Yeah, pretty comfortable
Keeper
catch, I'd have thought.
Maddie Wall behind the stumps tried to get across, but it was just too much on it.
Well, Reddy has, admittedly with a little bit of fortune a couple of times, moved her score on to 17 from 21, so...
But when we read, talking about statistics, when we read those statistics, it doesn't say that,
Well,
does
exactly.
it?
I mean, how we did mention in Campbell's 98 off 61, which has ended up being a stunning innings. There were a couple of times when the ball just looped up straight in the air and somehow landed short of fielders who were inside the circle, just positioned perfectly. You do need that bit of luck sometimes, especially when you're facing what is still a moving ball. Both Wilston and Rainey have found that little bit of both, I think, swing and seam movement at times. There's not going to be much let up in this Yorkshire bowling attack. Up and over goes Halliday. It will land safely.
Should get 2 here. A little bit of relay fielding and they come through for the second. Just looped over the inner ring and they were able to run that one.
Didn't feel it was going to be too long until Becca Halliday decided to take the aerial option. She did it so well in that innings last week. And then just pleasantly runs this one down to that fielder at wide third. Oh, that's cut back. And whilst Rainey's thinking that's a delivery that deserves a wicket, it won't get one.
No, we just completely beat her there, really. Just came back in at her.
Yeah, that's already, I think, moving in, and then it must have hit the seam and gone further in. He gets that drive out again. Ooh.
Oh, nice athletic take over her head by Maddie Ward there. Ball skipped in at her.
Duckworth just testing her out.
Yes.
So 8 gone, 2 left in the power play, although I wouldn't anticipate Yorkshire deciding to put too many fielders out. And so basically 6 and over to continue what is so far for the county in terms of all fixtures an unbeaten August so far.
Indeed. How often can you say, well, all right, there hasn't been the Gloucestershire women's team to talk about that way, but...
Not in the same way, I guess, no.
Change of bowler now.
2 women's one-day cup wins, 4 men's, and the draw, which did just end in August to
Summer
finish the
suits
festival.
Gloucestershire.
50 over cricket seems to be at the moment, although
Yes.
Yorkshire will have ideas about changing that. So yeah, Innes Blackwell, who I think we can say now slightly more confidently is definitely bowling in the way that we couldn't when she was batting.
Yeah.
Or was it batting?
Oh,
There's an appeal, but Blackwell's not interested at all.
she's not looking. The keeper was, and head on one side now, but Blackwell is just calmly walking back to her mark.
Those are some cracking boots that Maddie Ward's got on, by the way, but let's have a look at this first. Yeah, just front foot going to leg side and ball going to offside.
That was a classic keeper's catch where the keeper hears something that nobody else does.
Well, she may also be thinking back to the innings of Yorkshire's, where I think, judging by body language alone, and that's the only thing we can go on, it was basically 1-1, I think.
Yes.
Pulled away, that's a good shot. There's nobody between straight mid-wicket and long leg, and although that's the larger boundary, that
Yes.
has plenty of power behind it, and Becca Halliday opens her boundary account.
Yes, Yorkshire not particularly looking to defend that boundary. They've got more fielders in close looking for those wickets, which is probably the right thing to be doing. And yes, that does mean that if the ball escapes a bit, it will go for the 4 on that leg side. It is where we need a stump effects mic, isn't it? Just so you can hear the chatter that's going on out there.
Like in most cases, I'd sooner we didn't hear
Yeah,
that.
no, there are times.
To be
though.
honest.
Yeah, because it'll be all the same. You talk about cliches. It will be all the same cliches out on the pitch.
Having said that, as the 9th over is completed, 37 for 1, I really did enjoy in that first Women's Under-19 World Cup,
Yeah.
Seren Smale behind the stumps, as Australia were failing to chase that score of 99 that they were set in the semi-final.
Yeah.
She doesn't know what she's doing. That sort of thing. It wasn't the usual sort of shouts of "get it" or, you know, that sort of thing that drives you up the wall. A sort of
Change your bowler here
inane
now.
encouragement.
Yes, Cooper, I think, coming on to bowl
you've got
now.
to do it.
You do.
Yes, indeed. We have Claudie Cooper, who I believe is, well, one of the main reasons she is playing for Yorkshire is the Lauren Winfield Hill Oval Invincibles connection. Cooper was part of one of those 100 squads with Lauren Winfield Hill a couple of years ago, and liked the look of Claudie Cooper, who's got experience playing for the South East Stars in regional cricket. Oh, bounce there, and Reddy struggling to control that. That's certainly something that we did see in Gloucestershire's bowling innings as well, particularly with the harder ball. Maybe just probably partly because Campbell just pounded it into softness, but
Big stride and off it went.
yeah,
So you said three visits to the car park.
that as well. Yes, a couple of meetings with the concrete,
Yeah.
but yeah, particularly early on with this harder, newer ball, you'd think that there will be some good bounce. Oh, and that just sort of slides on with the arm there. Could be a maiden over to finish the 10 over power play.
Yes, so they brought the spinner on before the power play ends. Successfully so far. Oh, not quite the maiden.
Reddy might think about 2 here,
She's
and she
coming
does.
for the
Yeah,
2.
good running. She's quick, and
Yeah.
she's the one that's running to the business end. So 39 for 1, the Gloucestershire score. So they're 13 runs behind where Yorkshire were at this stage, although not as yet disastrously behind, given that Yorkshire were about to score 24 runs off the next 10 overs. However, what Gloucestershire may not be able to replicate is the acceleration of Campbell, and you never really feel as if you can leave that much to the back end.
No. I was just thinking about these. We were talking about Lauren Winfield Hill, and we spoke earlier about how she's played for various teams this season. She spent time with Yorkshire, but she's also been on loan in Essex for Essex the Vitality Blast, and she's now playing for the Oval Invincibles in the 100. So I wonder who that might be the record holder in terms of the team. Steer Callis is certainly there about somebody else who's played for lots of teams. And that's nicely run away for 4. Becca Halliday hit that one out through mid-wicket. So it's quite interesting to see the progression through the tiers. You know, I don't know whether anybody from Tier 3 has been pulled up into a Tier 2 team, for example. We know that is there anybody who's been started off playing Tier 2 who has been pulled into the Tier 1 squads? I'm not really asking you to answer these, Ed, but just
no, it's got me thinking though.
Yeah.
I do think there've been, well, yeah, there's certainly been movement down from Tier 2 to Tier 3. I think, who was it? I'm sure there was somebody in one of the games we were covering recently that started off in Tier 3 this year. One of the Worcestershire players, I thought, started off playing for Staffordshire, but I can't remember who it was. But then I can't remember whether they were on the Worcestershire Academy, but then playing for Staffordshire. It's all just connected, isn't it? That's the whole point of it. It's all interconnected.
Somebody will develop an app one day that'll tell us all of this stuff.
I'm not sure it'd have too many downloads, but it'd be extremely useful for people like us.
Yeah, I'd get hypercoursed on it.
Well.
Oh, that's another, not an entirely deliberate shot, but it's a single there for Halliday. Just run down through where slip would have been. And that's the end of another good over from Blackwell. Just the 1-4 in it and the single at the end, so 5 off it.
And of course, speaking of academies, both these two, Halliday and Reddy, are on Glamorgan's academy. This collaboration that was set up between Gloucestershire and Glamorgan to benefit both teams, really, and, you know, provide, with Glamorgan getting that Tier 1 status in a couple of years, past the edge there, but provide, you know, Gloucestershire with potentially some more, Gloucestershire players with some more and some different training opportunities, but then who knows, maybe a professional contract in the future. Oh gosh, that
was very close.
if that had turned, I think that may have bowled Halliday.
Yeah, she looks very calm, but I think the heart might be racing a little bit after that one. Well, yes, that sort of arrangement is mutually beneficial.
So sorry, Carol, I just so nearly said I think she's going to come down and try and hit this one now after being beaten a couple of times, but actually ended up checking the shot.
Shorter one and pulled away, and that should be 4 runs in his.
Yeah, she's picked length up pretty quickly there, Halliday, and maybe, I don't know if Cooper thought that Halliday might come down again, but so often just that little use of the feet one ball can bring 4 runs the next.
She did a little foot stamp as the bowler was coming in. Maybe that's what did it. A little twitch from the batter. Maybe she thought she was going to charge her.
And it's firmly struck into the onside, but this time the deep mid-wicket fielder, who is Erin Thomas, can get there and keep it to 1. So 49 for 1 after 12, and whilst it's not a massive acceleration, they haven't caused that required rate to build too much more in the last couple of overs, but they're going to need at least you'd think one fairly sizable knock here to chase this down. Gloucestershire probably will need a couple of players at least to get into the sort of 70s or so, and then other contributions as well.
Well, it's either one of the earlier batters sticking around and keep accumulating runs and still be there towards the end, or a couple of people coming in later and creating fireworks, which is what happened last week.
Yes, as
or preferably both.
Yeah, well, almost as I said it, I remembered, well, actually, Halliday was the only person to pass about the 30s in that 290 odd as Olivia Thomas in with her leg breaks, and you would think what we've seen is some turn and bounce with the finger spinners. Now we get a chance to see what a wrist spinner can do. Might rather enjoy this. Well, that's driven well. She was slightly moving away from that ball, was Halliday, but still timed it. Yeah. And 4 runs through straight mid-off, and that brings up the 50 for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, no, that was a nice shot in the end. Yes, she did move away, but it let her bring her back through nice and straight and without trying to hit it too hard. And on this fast outfield, it ran away for 4.
She did expose all 3 stumps, but if you're going to play as good an off-drive as that whilst doing it, then why not?
I wouldn't recommend it too often, but if it works, it looks lovely.
Meets that one on the full, clobbers it out to deep square, sorry, but hitting the hands of the sweeper there.
Let's see. Reddy going to face this bowler for the first time now.
Width on offer, finds the gap at extra cover, and short boundary timed well enough. Over the rope it goes. 2 boundaries in the over.
That's good. She's not hitting them that hard, but they're timed well enough that they're finding the boundaries. That's her space through there, I think. She likes that shot.
Yeah, she's quite a, as they like to say, classical player. Pratana Reddy. She's not one that tends to deviate too much from her technical, clearly strong technical upbringing.
So you're not expecting too many ramp shots from her?
Well, I don't know, probably not, although I think, and I remember I said this last week, I think it's something that in terms of accessing that sort of area, I thought Gloucestershire did much better against Worcestershire. Short ball, oh, dropped at mid-wicket.
Oh, it's hit well and it just went in the hands and then just popped out again. Is that pop? But the ball popping out again.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, that's she's looking a bit hands on hips, looking a bit disappointed there. With the shake of the head. The pace just deceived her. Oh, she's given her.
Oh, it's been given out. Well, that turned a long way from Thomas, and I thought that it had turned right past the edge, but obviously it's taken the edge.
That's what I was thinking, but
she's about a foot away from it.
I think that was the bat hitting the ground, the noise.
Yeah, I think so. That is, well, she has to go, and to her credit, Pratana Reddy has walked off, and I can tell you that there are many people out there who would not have walked off quite so obligingly. And I think the fact that she's just put the hand out there and done nothing more than that is to her immense credit.
Looks like Katie Jones coming in.
Yeah, Katie Jones at 4, who, whilst it was that innings of Georgie Kant at Hove that was not only the top score, but really one of the innings of the season from a Gloucestershire point of view, 91 off 77 balls, but Jones made 65, and they need something sizable from her. Chasing a big score, you would think that you couldn't really afford something like that to happen as happened in the previous over. Down comes Halliday, drives into the ground. It's a potential crowd catch back to the bowler.
If we had a crowd.
I think
We have a
the person in the
smattering.
orange T-shirt over there didn't seem too bothered.
No. There's nobody out on the balcony today, I don't think.
There's a couple of people right over the sight screen on the top floor, leaning
Oh
over
yes,
the
you're
balcony.
right. Right up there. I missed that one.
And in fact, there's somebody sitting under that parasol there. That's how to do it.
Disguised by a parasol. I think you'd need one up there today.
Yes. Oh, well, you need to be outside. I would have thought that if there's anybody in the flats, that they'd be outside. Or, well, I can see why there's as much of an awning as there is up on some of those windows. It gets ferociously hot over there, as the bottom of my laptop will still attest to from the day that it melted while sitting on the desk over there covering a Storm match a couple of years ago. Now
We've got something's happening, but I'm not quite sure what it is.
I think there's
It's a bit of a delay.
drinks coming out for and the physio coming out for Becca Halliday. I
Halliday.
think possibly she had a little bit of attention during the innings last week and seemed to be able to bat through it, but
I think they did.
oh, hang on,
they're
it's
checking the
concussion
helmet.
check, isn't it?
Yes.
That's what's happening. So the previous sweep shot, I thought had hit her a bit lower down, but obviously it must have, maybe it went off the top edge onto the helmet
Yeah.
or something like that, because I thought it was going to strike her quite high up. But anyway, that's what's happening. Been too busy getting distracted with
Balconies and
other things,
parasols.
trivialities and caught behind decisions.
Anyway, she's okay. Passed the test. Yorkshire resumed their fielding positions after a quick drink. And it'll be Halliday facing Cooper, third ball of the over.
I think the message is pretty clear from what we've seen so far. Appeal for everything.
Yeah, that's not great, but I mean that's absolutely up to the players to do, isn't it?
You don't ask, you don't
get.
get.
Hang on, who's on the cliches now?
So no runs off Cooper's over, and Halliday does something about that. She's seldom one to stay put and be tied down by the spinners, happy to use her feet, and drills it along the ground and beats the bowler
I
mid-off.
think they went through the bowler's hand and had enough power to keep going for four.
One of those that I wouldn't have wanted to have got a hand particularly close to. She just couldn't quite get down quickly enough, as powerfully as it was struck. She will continue to target that straight area. Scored a lot of her runs against Worcestershire that way.
Yes, because there is a mid-on and a mid-off there, but the mid-on is fairly wide, so really it's only the bowler who's going to stop those straight ones, and it depends on how brave they're feeling.
Get your spinning fingers out the way.
Yeah, use the other hand.
Yes, true.
Thomas continuing now. That's Olivia Thomas.
Well, whatever you say about the previous over, a couple of balls really ripping, and there are a few sights better in cricket than a ripping leg break.
Love it.
Yep. Katie Jones will face her first ball. Oh, that's a nice delivery to get off the mark with, although
There's a fielder out there.
in the end, yeah, just that one.
Nicely played out towards mid-wicket. One bounce to the fielder, but well hit.
She had basically everything in her favour there, apart from the fact that it was the long boundary.
Yes.
If that's to the short boundary, then there's absolutely no way that angle is going to be cut off.
Good fielding there, just inside the circle for Yorkshire. Hannah
Rainey
Rainey.
there, yeah. It's one of those that was straight along the ground and then hit something and bobbled in the air. Oh, well bowled and back just Halliday. Looking to clear the straight field.
I nearly ducked there. It looked like this is where it would have come, but unfortunately for her, she missed it, but must have just kept her foot down.
Be interested to have another look at that one. Stumps are repaired. Oh, well bowled.
Can I get my wicket-keeping gloves out? I'd like this. You, again, like we said earlier, you always think something like this, you always think you're in with a chance. Whether it's the court, whether it's stumpings. As long as you can read it.
Full toss, whacked into the gap, and great fielding. Although, I'm not sure what part of the field that is.
I think there might be her
hit.
sunglasses and they flew off.
Woolston out there, and yeah,
So
I think the umpire is saying that there's going to need to be a check out there at deep mid-wicket. I thought that she may have palmed that away to start with, but I think that it is struck her in the face somewhere. Yeah, the side of the face. And as you say, the sunglasses went flying off, but she saved the boundary.
Yeah.
That was an absolutely fearsome hit from Halliday, and on, to be honest, most boundaries that would probably have been 6.
Yes.
Certainly would have been 6 to the short side, and some.
I think they must have decided it was the glasses rather than the person who took that. So she's staying on. No further checks needed.
Fortunately, I think the physio was in exactly the right place. Pleasant drive from Jones, just a fraction too full to extract the turn and the bounce, but she's got plenty more overs up her sleeve. Olivia Thomas, 65 for 2 after 15 overs.
Looks like there might be a game brewing, the Middlesex Leicestershire game. Leicestershire are now 93 for no wicket of 16.1, chasing 295. They're certainly going for it.
They got off to quite a good start last week, didn't they, against Sussex? And in fact, they've just lost their first wicket.
See, there we go. I made that happen, didn't I?
Still taking wickets for Middlesex.
I know.
Cut in the air, it'll bounce just on the half volley to backward point. Parried away by Blackwell. Prisha Tanawala, the batter out for Leicestershire, the England under-19 representative. And there's another England under-19 representative having a ball go right through her and through the keeper and down for 4 byes. That shot, didn't it? At least it was played as though it shot along the floor.
And here was us saying that there's good bounce.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, no, it's just very full.
Yeah. Hit the dust.
I would have been surprised given what we've seen out of the pitch so far.
Yeah.
If one had just kept low like that. Jones pulls straight to short mid-wicket, taken at the second attempt. I thought that was down, but just about holding on, and that's a crucial wicket for Yorkshire.
She sort of parried it up and then was able to catch the rebound.
Jones has to march off. It's a shot that she likes, and you get the look here. Palms up, and so often if you take it palms up, you do get that second opportunity if you can just parry it up enough. 69 for 3, and Gloucestershire in strife now. And losing one of their brightest players.
Yeah, certainly one who you might hope might have contributed to a partnership, because that's going to be the key now. Is Izzy Patel coming out? Yes.
So she hasn't played since in fact, it was a bit earlier than I said earlier. The last time that she played for Gloucestershire was actually in that game that we did on another platform.
Yeah.
Between Gloucestershire and Kent here.
Yes. It was back, it was that Metro Bank before it was Vitality Blast?
It was Blast.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Oh, it was, yeah.
That game where B. Willis got a half century, but Amy Gordon really put on a bit of a clinic with bat and with ball.
Mm.
So often the way also a short ball from Cooper is the one that gets the wicket, whereas the previous one, which was full and scooted underneath the bat, didn't get the wicket.
But that's all part of building up the pressure, isn't it? You know, sometimes, I'm not saying she bowled that particular ball deliberately, but it does mean if you've bowled tightly and they're needing six and over now. So if you see that ball there, you're going to have to try and go for it. And they are often the ones that get the wickets.
Also, just those ones into the surface that grip and don't quite come on can be the ones that are miscued. 69 for 3 then after 16 overs.
Yes, I think it went to the fielder, but it was hit with enough power that if it had been a yard either way, it probably would have gone through. I will put that one down as good field placing. Back to Thomas again. What box of tricks are we going to see in this over?
Oh, yes.
Pitch's leg comes outside off.
That is where to land it. If you're being ultra greedy, the tiniest fraction fuller, but it's very close to perfection.
She's got another 5 yet.
Exactly. That's a little bit shorter though, allowing Halliday to pick that one up into the onside, but straight to deep square. I think it's maybe one of those occasions where quite happy to play the majority of deliveries from the non-striker's end. Absolutely licking your chops to bowl leg spin on a surface like this.
Yes. This will be Izzy Patel's first ball against Thomas.
The only danger there was that she was going to be bowled round her legs, but not quite that much turn.
No, and it's been called wide. Where you don't want the premature call of wide from the umpire, isn't it? Because those ones that pitch outside leg and then turn back onto the stumps on the way to signal the wide.
Right. It's been cut to backward point. Oh, fumble. And it may even cost 4. It won't, but it took some excellent fielding, and then
it's going to be
that's great. Blackwell's had to do it all herself.
Yes.
Misfield, and then not only did Blackwell have to launch herself toward the boundary to save the 2 runs, but then didn't have anybody running with her to,
she had to get up
flick it back to.
No, so she had to be the one that it got flicked back to as well.
So remind me. Well, they'll take 1 here. That's pretty suicidal, and Halliday's surely going to be run out there, is she? Yep, she is. There was never a single there. Mid-off in pretty close, and Hannah Rainey, presence of mind really to throw the ball to the keeper's end. I'm not sure that Halliday can be blamed too much there, because I don't think that she could almost have believed it when she saw Patel running at her. It wasn't the smoothest throw and then removal of the bails, but
Izzy Patel's down. She's down on her horn. She's looking really disappointed there.
I just hope that she's okay after the injury problems that she's obviously had, and
Yeah.
I think there might be a certain element of concern in that respect as well. But it's a 4th wicket for Yorkshire, and Halliday, the top scorer, 33 to her name, somebody who can go big, has to depart, and unfortunately they're rather sold down the river.
This must be Chloe Skelton with no number.
It is.
Yes.
There is the characteristic purposeful stride of
Yes.
Chloe Skelton, who herself got a half-century in that Sussex victory at Hove. But they'll be getting greedy here, Yorkshire, and starting to think about, well, they'll know what the number is. My terrible maths are correct.
I was just going to say, I was waiting for you to come out with
my
number.
terrible maths are correct. It's 210.
Right. Well, that's looking very possible at the moment.
So 73 for 4 at the end of 17 overs. And Skelton, now again, she is only 24, but she is the experienced head in this situation, and a chance for her to go out there and settle Izzy Patel a bit, probably as well, after that Halliday run out.
Yeah, there are 2 more fixtures to be played in this competition. Tomorrow you've got Northamptonshire Steelbacks against Sussex Sharks and Worcestershire Rapids against Derbyshire Falcons.
Oh, Patel with a huge swing there and a miss, but nobody anywhere near that one. It's down for 4 somethings, buys again. Yeah, so that Sussex-Northamptonshire game is a really big one, isn't it? Because Sussex are in the same position that Gloucestershire are in at the start of this game, having won 3 and lost 3 with a slightly better net run rate than Gloucestershire, but really needing to win. And then Northamptonshire wanting to win to really cement pretty close to their spot in the semi-finals.
Yes, I mean, we were talking earlier about playing on non-county grounds. So the Northamptonshire game is at Horton House Cricket Club. And I'm trying to work out my geography here. Just wait for this one. Oh,
Top edge, but nobody at short fine leg. And
Worcestershire.
they're going to come through for 2, which was a bit of a late decision, but I think should be fine.
Yeah. Worcestershire are playing at Wolverhampton Cricket Club.
Oh. Why?
That's a really good question.
I thought so.
We'll try and find the answer to that one for next week.
No, not why are they playing there? Why Wolverhampton? No.
No. Why are they? Wolverhampton is not in Worcestershire.
No, I know.
So
I'm just extending it further to just why Wolverhampton? Why Wolverhampton? What possible logic? Worcestershire and Staffordshire have. We talked earlier about Staffordshire players playing for Worcestershire. Oh, there's a misfield, by the way, up at mid-off, which was a surprising one, and I'm also amazed how far that kicked away from her. They've taken a single. The over at 80 for 4. Sorry.
Yeah, no, but I was just looking to see that, and the next round after that is the 25th of August, which should, I think, be the final round. They're all playing at the same time, which creates a nice little bit of dramatic tension.
Yeah, so they... Oh, hang on. I think there might be...
Is there another round?
One, yes, because those first 2 fixtures are just completing this round, aren't they? Then you've got that block where Gloucestershire are playing Kent, and then Gloucestershire finish against Leicestershire, and
Right.
Have they decided where that one's being played? Oh, it is being played at
At the county ground,
yeah.
yes, just found that one. Yes, you're right.
I saw
there's
that was
another round.
TBC for a little while, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's being played at Grace Road. Olivia Thomas continuing on. There was definitely an edge on that one, and it has gone to ground. Off the keeper's outstretched hand, and yeah, I think that's one where if it's left by Maddie Ward, then that's a catch for slip, but she's tipped it away from her.
Yes, they have got the slip back in there now.
Actually, just as you do, sudden thought about something we were talking about 45 minutes ago.
I'm getting used to this, Ed. It's all right.
In terms of players going between Tier 2 and Tier 1.
Yeah.
Driven up to mid-off and short of the mid-off fielder. Ricocheting off towards the straight boundary.
Just pulled up inside.
Running through for 2 is Skelton to get underway. But it is not easy here against Olivia Thomas. With the turn and the bounce that she's getting, it's hard to put that out of your mind and just play the delivery.
Just squeeze that one through. Should. Oh yeah. Oh, a bit of a yes/no there, but there should have been 2 runs, and there was. Just
No,
played out through the covers there.
Sorry, Carol, I was just thinking in terms of last week even, there was another example of that going from Tier 2 to Tier 1, Ruby Davis.
Yes, that's right.
Signing for several blast games for Somerset from Worcestershire.
It's beating the edge there.
Just becomes a completely different game, doesn't it? You're sort of no longer playing white ball cricket. Almost, you might as well be playing with a red ball, because there is that threat of a wicket. You get your defence wrong. If in doubt, sweep. It's often a good ploy, and we haven't seen very much of it today. Just for a single, though, to deep square leg.
But as soon as that line looks it's sort of on or around leg stump, then it opens up that sweep. Well played.
It was often the way with leg spin as well, in that Cooper's bowled 5 overs 1 for 14 and Thomas has bowled 4 overs 1 for 22, but the number of deliveries that have ripped from Thomas versus Cooper, but you're always going to get the odd one that's not quite landed the same way. That's a full toss, and again you're pretty much having to wear it in the covers, which Jess Woolston does. Just giving herself enough room to try and cut it. It's one of her favourites, Chloe Skelton.
Yeah, back onto sort of one leg and tried to play it out through the offside there, but straight through to the keeper.
Ooh, it's a big wind up there.
Something's going to go, isn't it? That just drifted onto the leg stump a little bit, just pushed out. Picked up by the fielder again, no run.
Chance of a second maiden over for Chloe Cooper.
She's just moved somebody out further and closer to the boundary on that offside. I don't know if this is a particular ball that she's going to bowl. Oh, she bowls it on the leg stump, so that fielder didn't come into it.
Offside.
Yeah. So if it was a plan, it wasn't. It wasn't an obvious one.
20 overs bowled, and believe it or not, but believe it because I wrote it down. Gloucestershire are actually 10 runs ahead of where Yorkshire were at this stage.
Well, I think that's sort of testament to how well Gloucestershire bowled at the start.
It was that spell after 20 overs this is. So Belcher had bowled the 7 up front, and then the spinner just started going, and they were struggling to get that away.
Yeah.
That's a drag down, but hesitancy from Patel a little bit, as again that was a delivery that we saw a couple of times earlier on, where it was almost on its way down, and just think, if I try and lash that, it might just go straight to one of those fielders catching on the onside.
It's a bit flighted slightly more, that one, but still just a dot ball. That's nicely played. Gone out through extra cover there. 4 runs.
That's a good looking shot. First boundary to Izzy Patel. And just full enough that there wasn't that moment of uncertainty about what it was going to do as it landed. Actually felt as if you were playing with a bat there rather than a matchstick. Just off pad there, I think.
Yeah, looped up, but no run.
To do this, Thomas. In fact, Cooper did it a bit as well. Just last ball of the over, drop a couple of fielders back. Just get out of the over, but doesn't matter when you bowl one well such as that.
I think from this situation, I mean, they can afford to just keep bowling tightly and even go slightly more aggressively looking for wickets, Yorkshire.
Yeah, I mean, they're really, well, you would think that, you know, they're in a position where they're hefty enough favourites, and you say really a couple more wickets just confirms that. However, they may be thinking less about that 281 for 7 that they've posted and whatever the actual correct number is, if it's 210 or not. And then you do have to start to think a bit more about restricting, I guess, just in case a partnership were to build, because, you know, for example, if as Fackrell comes into the attack now, Skelton with a handsome looking drive just for 1, but if Yorkshire were to win this, but let's say Worcestershire win their next fixture by a bonus point, then all of a sudden, despite the fact that they've won, Yorkshire are out of the top 4 places. So they are fighting for every point.
Yes. Just seeing the 101 women's 100 competition result has come through. Trent Rockets have just lost to Southern Brave. They're only chasing 106. Trent Rockets only made 106, which is through the hands.
Bold chance maybe, but you can see how firmly that was hit, given actually got quite a bit of hand on that, did Fackrell, and it's still gone comfortably to the boundary.
Yes.
Yes, the replay there, fingertips really tipped it over the bar, but moved pretty well to it. Fackrell just a little bit out of her reach. Taking that one off the stumps as Izzy Patel. Yes, no, the Southern Brave women do look extremely tricky to beat. Power-packed, experienced, top order. The likes of Wyatt Hodge, Bouchier, Laura Wolfart, Sophie Devine, and then the bowling, which has really been the main story. Just continually bowling sides out for around about 110 or less.
Yeah, the other match underway is Oval Invincibles against Welshfire. Invincibles are 138 for 5 off 92 balls. Not one of their biggest scores, but they still have a little time.
Well, considering the woes that the Welshfire have had with the bat, it may already be enough.
You say that from your very recent experience of watching them.
Can't remember, how was it, 77 they made against Manchester Original, something like that. Anyway. Would set up Monday rather nicely. The Oval Invincibles to win that one. Brave taking on the Invincibles. Anyway, pull shot.
Nicely played, but out to the fielder. Well, Yorkshire's temporary exile, Lauren Winfield Hill, was out for a duck today. Shabnam Ismail. Looks like it was a first baller as well. So.
Oh dear.
Runs none, balls one. But if you're going to be out for a first baller to anybody, that could well be one of the people, couldn't it?
Bold. Yeah.
Ooh.
Snuck underneath the bat and thuds off Maddie Ward. Oh, a chance here, and dropped at mid-off. Hannah Rainey with the chance there. And
did she get her hands on it at all? It looked from our angle, we're sort of behind where she is, so we can't quite see where her hands were.
I was going to say, I mean, it's a shame for Olivia Thomas, because she's bowled better than just taking the one wicket.
Not quite sure what did happen there.
Oh,
another one.
Almost opportunity. Scrambling across, almost doing the front crawl there with Olivia Thomas trying to reach that one.
I think she's going to have to bowl them, you know.
Yeah. It doesn't seem to have been a day, actually, where those sorts of loopy shots have fallen in the hands of fielders at the most part.
They just...
It's either been hit firmly to a fielder or landed safely. Ooh, that's very short and very wide, but also very slow, so only a single. Which one are we getting here? I think we're getting the caught and bowled. Well, I say the caught and bowled, the one that she was closer to. Yeah, there's no chance of getting there.
She'd have had to be fully airborne to get that one.
Yeah.
As you said before, when it gets towards the end of the over, there's a little jog around of the fielders. I'd like to know what's behind that.
Oh, that's well bowled again. Patel trying to dink it into the onside against the spin. Dangerous shot. 98 for 4. You're better off, I can tell you from experience, being fully airborne than fully seaborne.
Oh dear. Did I set you up for that one? Yeah, have you traced the roots of your surname then? Has it got a nautical connection?
So, yes, kind of. I think I haven't done this, but somebody got in touch to, I assume they were researching their family history, so I've no idea how, but they got in touch and sent a letter to our family, and they traced it back to some Saxon name.
Okay.
Meaning sea warrior.
Oh, there we go.
So it doesn't mean you were born from the sea or born at the sea. It's sort of
Somebody went to sea.
Bjorn, something like that, meaning sea warrior. But it's, I guess, because the roots of the two areas were sort of connected. There's actually a separate group of Seaborns in Yorkshire, actually. Skelton can't get that pull shot away, who were Vikings rather than Saxons. So two separate groups,
yes,
with the same name and the same meaning, but one Viking, one Saxon.
Yes.
Connected with that one, past short mid-wicket, and that will go to the boundary.
Oh, good shot there.
And the 100 up for Gloucestershire. 4 wickets down, 24th over. This was always going to be a tricky chase, especially if Gloucestershire lost some early wickets. Oh. Another play and a miss. Past the inside edge that time. Oh. And again.
I think there's a force field around these stumps, There's been so many that have got round them, over them, not quite through them, but the Yorkshire bowlers have been very unfortunate in not hitting them. They've done everything but hit the stumps.
We've seen it across both innings a bit, really. It's beautifully bowled. You see the work and the revs that she's put on that one to get the extra turn, and I think it's actually bounced too much. We've seen a few bounce right over those lovely red bails. No longer green bails that I can't see.
So looking
very pleased about that.
Yeah, looking at the worm where we are now, you would say on score that Gloucestershire are on the same track as Yorkshire.
If they score 3 runs in this over, they'll be dead level at the halfway stage in terms of runs.
But if they had somebody who's coming in at some point to do the Amy Campbell role.
Exactly, yep. That is, you would think, going to be the difference. Be Willis due in next, and then the likes of Daniels and Hill and Belcher, and then Alice Bird coming into the side today. They've all shown that they can score runs, but against this attack on this surface, and in the situation where they're not setting the total but chasing the total, having to score at 7 runs and over, you would think it's going to be a tall task. It's Blackwell for her 3rd over here. I don't know whether we'll get drinks at 25. I guess we probably will.
Yes, and as the wicket falls like it did in the previous innings.
Not going to tempt fate there. Still some swing there, even in the 25th over, because I'm sure that looked as if it was starting wider than it ended up. Izzy Patel just being bothered by some insect activity.
Yeah. Seems to have gone away.
Appeal for LBW, but I think that swing is actually what's hurt Blackwell. Though direct hit, not that it counts for anything.
No, Rhea Fackrell is waving at doing a mock appeal. I think they're knowing full well that in fact the batter was past the stumps.
Let's get the Zing Bales in.
Yeah, that's what we like.
One Day Cup League 2. Everyone likes the Zing Bales.
Yeah, it's to the fun,
except when the ball trickles onto them, and because they're
and
so
they
heavy they don't fall off. Exactly. Or when the battery needs to be changed on them, yeah, and it just stubbornly refuses to work even though they change it. That seems to happen quite a bit as well. Right, there's 1 run in it. at the halfway stage in terms of direct comparisons, but
And
well,
we have drinks.
it would be a brave predictor to say that it's 50-50 from here. But I guess it does underline what can be done. But as you look at the match summary there, if you weren't with us earlier, it is that 98 not out from 61. A real difference, because it looked as though Yorkshire were, without that, probably set for about 220, 230, which you would have thought made for a really tight game.
Yes.
And who knows, we may still get that, but that quality of Campbell really shone through.
Yeah. I'm going to take the opportunity here to do a little bit of a plug for a friend of mine who's doing a sponsored walk at the moment, if I may. It's the Scotland connection, so it's not totally off the wall. Olivia Robinson, an ex-Worcestershire cricketer who I've known since she was a youngster, is currently walking from Land's End to John O'Groats on her own, stopping off and staying at lots of cricket clubs on the way, and doing it for Chance to Shine. So I believe she's raised in the region of £10,000 so far, or she's trying to get up to the £10,000. But she's also, there's another reason for doing it, which is very much to raise awareness of mental health and how sport can really help you recover. Because she will say that cricket is one of the things that saved her life from when she was really poorly as a teenager. So I think, you know, if anybody wants to have a look, she's fairly easy to find on the internet. Olivia Robinson, Land's End to John O'Groats. She's doing a brilliant job, and I just thought it's a really good opportunity in Drinks here to sort of talk about that.
Yeah, no,
I went to meet her when she was in Worcester. One of the walks, she went to her home club at Hanley and Upton in Worcestershire, and I met her there and her dad. It was like a blast from the past, but it was lovely to see her. And I can't imagine. I mean, she's probably just about at the top of Loch Ness at the moment.
I was about to say, whereabouts has she got to?
Well, she was hoping to try and get a game of cricket in this weekend. She's been doing coaching. She's played the odd game on her way up, but she's running out of cricket clubs now as she approaches the Highlands of Scotland.
Say, not really somewhere that I associate too strongly with cricket, Loch Ness, but I assume there's cricket somewhere in Inverness.
Probably in Inverness. Dornoch, I think, the last place that she was hoping to get a game. So I haven't checked on the map where she is. I think she's got about another week of walking to go.
Surprise.
Which is that sheer effort walking through the heat, through Scotland's had some storms recently, through all that rain. She said that was the night she was really frightened because she thought her little tent was going to blow up. She was camping outside that night and thought it was all going to blow away. But, you know, I think she's felt like giving up from time to time. But in the end, I think she's taking this as it's a challenge for her, and it's raising money, and it's proving to her that she's really good at this, and that she's got over the mental health problems that she had in the past. She'll be going back she lives in Australia now, and she'll be going back there in the not too distant future. But just a shout out to Liv Robinson. You're doing a grand job, and keep going. And if anybody wants to sponsor her, look her up on the internet.
No, terrific. And
is that like an advert?
Is she writing no. Well, we're not on the BBC, so there's no danger of that anyway. And
No.
I think
she's on Instagram, she's on Facebook, and she's on Threads. So, and she's doing almost like a journal of her journey on all of those things.
I was about to say she's writing a book on it, but
I don't know that she's had enough energy to think about that. But in fact, she will have a photographic record. But she's also been recording little little videos of herself as she's got. So if she's had a really rough day, she'll record it and say she's had a rough day. But if it's been a really good one, so she will have all that material that she could pull together into a book.
But she anywhere in Gloucestershire, do you know?
Did she come? She did come up through Gloucestershire. Yes, she definitely came this way.
She came here.
There we go. We were just hearing she did come here to Gloucestershire, and Cameron Bancroft met her and talked her through, talked her in.
Right. Well done, Bangers. Lovely man, Bangers.
Yeah, I think it resonates.
Particularly when he scores 140 or not out. But no.
Yeah, I think it resonates with a lot of the cricketers about the mental health aspect of it as well.
Quite. So exactly from that and the cricketing point of view. Well, I dare anybody to begrudge you mentioning that, and the very best of luck to her. Can't imagine undertaking something like that. Back underway with Fackrell from the Ashley Down Road end. And Skelton not finding a run, and then the ball whistled at her face. The throw coming in. So 178 required. That'll probably just take the one off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Swept well by Skelton, who's playing that shot a little bit more than we've seen at times today.
I wonder what that drinks conversation was. The run rate required has now gone to over 7.
I guess from a Gloucestershire point of view, from the outside possibility, but also just for the sake of something to aim for, you're denying Yorkshire that extra point.
Yeah.
Might be something that comes into it at some point. I don't know that they'd have talked too much about that at this point. I would doubt it, to be honest.
But the other way of looking at it is that in any over you're looking at, you really do need a boundary and over if you possibly can, and then taking the singles when you have the opportunity. I mean, that's being a bit challenging for them at the moment with these bowlers.
Yeah, and the field setting is just not allowing many singles, at least not early in the over, and then they're happy to give up singles off, particularly the last ball of them. Patel wants more than a single though, and I fancy she'll get it. The outfield is hard and fast, and 4 it is. Teased the two fielders, but it always looked as if it was likely to be 4 off the bat, so there's the boundary, 5 runs from the over.
And that's the best ripple of applause we've heard from the audience here for a little while at least.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there she is. We got the picture on the screen. That's great. Yes, I have a feeling she knows because from when she played in Australia. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see with the chance to shine cap on there.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. And that's without me tipping you off in advance, that was.
Single foot Patel into the leg side. For Skelton, apologies.
Well, hopefully when we have the next game on next one we're doing 25th of August, she will have finished. So I'll give when I know that, I can give an update then, can't I?
Bank holiday Monday,
yes,
isn't it?
Yes. So I think that will be around the time she's due to have finished. So let people know how she's gone. Trying to get past point there, but the fielder picks it up.
It's quite a scary thought that I think there are only, at this point, and there could still be more, 6 days of cricket left at Bristol this season. In the air and taken at extra cover.
Patel's not sure. She looked over at the square leg umpire just to check on it, but it's been given out.
Yeah, it looked as if it did carry pretty comfortably to Amy Campbell, and it is a wicket for Innes Blackwell as Izzy Patel departing for 20, and that continues the theme really. The ball was hit quite hard and it's ended up being caught. It's not been the ones that have looped to fielders, it's been the ones that have actually been almost middled.
Yes. Yes, I was wondering about, because we saw a couple, well, probably 2, 3 misjudged potential catches, not really drop catches, and whether it's the atmosphere or the size of the ground or whether that's distorting the view that people are seeing, I don't know. It's the more probably than you would have expected to see, which just looks like there's a little misjudgment about how hard the ball's been hit. B. Willis coming in now.
Yep, Certainly a powerful striker of the ball when she's in the mood. We'll see what she makes of Blackwell to start with, and then it'll be quite interesting to see how she combats the spinners.
Yes.
It's particularly the offies. And they've been able to wait for the occasional delivery from Thomas to put away, although she should have more than that one wicket that she's got. But nobody's really been able to get on top of the off spinners.
Oh, back leg.
I think did just bounce a bit though,
Yeah.
and maybe continue
Not a great
working
one to
its way
get.
towards that leg stump.
Yeah, not a great one to get with your first ball.
No. No, that's not a particularly friendly welcome to the middle. Down leg side, and I don't think that touched anything, did it? Oh, it did.
Must have, oh,
Pad.
a leg.
There you go.
A leg by.
Oh, it's Nelson again.
That must mean there's going to be a wicket. Leg up. Oh, you're doing it. I'll do it this time.
To be honest, I always sit cross-legged. I'm sure it's very bad for me, but
Oh, I kept
Yeah.
getting told off, having recently recovered from operation. Don't cross your legs. Don't cross your legs. Oh, okay. It is a natural position to fall into, though, isn't it?
well, there we go. I think probably there's several other things that will get me before the fact that I cross my legs.
I think they were particularly bothered about it when you've just had an operation, though.
Yeah, true.
Fackrell to continue.
Oh, it's a slicing drive which does escape the clutches of backward point.
Yes, it just teased her a little bit there, didn't it? It looked like it was going to be, and it just span away. Went round down to third man, just the single.
We're back for two.
Two
Yeah,
even.
Yep.
So it is. Sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. It's not working. Oh, Glamorgan are making short work of chasing the Kent total. They're on 182 for 3, chasing 227. That's off 32 overs, so they're not hanging around. But presumably, again, they want to make sure they pick up bonus points if they possibly can.
Yes. Top edge, chance of a catch, and taken. So Willis departs. It's a first wicket for Rhea Fackrell, and Oliver, I think that is with the catch at short fine leg.
That's good. That's the first one of those aerial ones that we've really seen taken, isn't it?
Yeah, true.
Have
Should
no-
be counting herself incredibly unlucky, B. Willis.
Yeah. Hang on. Oh, it's just moved on from 1-1-1, hasn't it? It was very
Yes.
close.
Just avoided the Nelson. Brings Liv Daniels to the crease, who scored 32 from 35 deliveries in the previous game, from number 9 coming in at 8 today. Dolman at 10 made 22 off 17, and then Belcher ending up 21 not out from 19. Quite looking forward to see her bat. There was, to be honest, she didn't just come out and tee off, but there was that one monster 6 over long
Yes.
on.
I think she's been sort of promising that all season, and last week was when it really all came to a head. So it's great to see that she can do it. And she's got a bit more time today. More or less, just under half the number of overs left to go. So she can take her time and have a little look to start with, which is what she's done there.
Yeah, you do wonder now, even if not at drinks, whether adding on those couple of wickets, see what Gloucestershire's mindset is. Are they just going to go out and bat, or do they have some sort of a number or target in mind? Just going to bat and see where they get to for a bit. Daniels won't get off the mark of that Fackrell over. 28 overs bowled, and Gloucestershire won 13 for 6. So equation 169 to win from 22 overs.
I suppose if they were thinking sort of really strategically, they'd be saying if Gloucestershire were to win their remaining games and stand a chance, they wouldn't want Yorkshire to get the bonus point today.
Yes, that's the way they've got to think, I think, isn't it? That's got to be something to aim at. But you know, they would think they could probably get to that kind of number by potentially just batting. There's going to be
Just
runs
like that,
here,
really.
and again, not the most convincing, but it will be 4 runs off a thick edge on the cut shot, boundary to Skelton.
Yeah, just crowded her a little bit, that, but it just got enough bat to get it down there through where slip might have been.
Yeah, I mean, so often when the width is on offer, even if it doesn't come off the middle, it's likely to go there.
And this time on the other side, fine.
Leg by this time, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. We should call that the leg by pose.
Yes. Did that other hand come out to the side again?
Oh, I don't know.
I think it did quite so much this time.
No. The leg by flamingo.
I don't know. It almost reminded me a bit more of when you're learning to ice skate. You just can't help but have other
Arms
things
out.
move out in sympathy as you're trying to balance yourself. What is it you taught in PE when you're younger and you have to do those quad stretches, sort of hold the I don't know, what is it? There's something that they used to say. It was like sort of put your arm up to your side to try and
Is it
balance as you're
hold
doing
your
the quad
earlobe.
stretch. Oh, yes, is that one as well? Is
Yeah.
that?
Oh, some appeals out of.
Hang the coat. I think that's what they
Oh,
used to
right.
say. So, yeah, something like that.
I
Ridiculous.
don't think I came across
No,
that one.
I don't. It was probably just our PE teacher.
They all have their own particular ways of getting messages across.
Mhm. That's probably one of the few things in PE I could actually do, is balance whilst doing that stretch. 118 for 6.
It's interesting just watching the couple there that hit the pads and various other of the fielders or the wicketkeeper were appealing, but Inez Blackwell just sort of turns around and goes back to her mark.
She does. She's
she-
not a time waster at all when it
No.
comes to her bowling. It's very much march straight back to the top of
Yeah.
your mark after delivering.
I'll let somebody
straight
else
in again.
Yeah, I'll let somebody else do the appeal.
Yes. I like that.
Fackrell coming back on. Played nicely out through the covers, but the fielder's out there to intercept it. Yes, I do like those wicketkeeper shoes, Maddie Ward shoes.
They're
It's a bright
loud.
orangey red from here
They've got
with
the
white
actual soles are the
creamy colour.
yeah, the actual base, whatever you call them. I don't know. There's definitely a technical term for that.
They sort of catch your eye, don't they, as you're just looking at them.
Because I think everybody else has got white cricket shoes.
Yes, I wonder where she's. Has she got a special supplier of cricket shoes, do you think?
Maybe she's made them herself.
Could be. James is checking with his binoculars. Didn't they show up even more because the Yorkshire kit is dark navy trousers?
Yeah. No, there's just nothing else out in the middle that's even close to that colour. know, you just never know. I mean, the cricketers like Bess Heath, for example, who repairs Land Rovers in her spare time. You just never have any idea what these people get up to outside of the game.
It's one of those things. It would be, you know, I think the game will eventually catch up with sort of developing personalities and us finding out a little bit more about the players, because I think up in our box here we tend to arrive, we've done our research and we've seen the stats, but what we don't unless you happen to know the person,
yes, exactly,
you don't really know them as people, and that's what adds a lot of the interest.
Exactly. Well, it's where you do find that when you get to the highest level of the game, there are a lot more things done in respect of interviews and social media clips and little fun bits here or there. You just see a lot more of that, and you do get to know these things
Yes.
much better. And then somebody can write them all in a nice neat little list as Thomas comes back and bowls Chloe Skelton.
Just a bit early on that one.
That's gone, I think, underneath the bat and then possibly nutmegged her.
It was way above the eye line, and I'd say she got there too soon, and it just came through and bowled her. I think that was almost a bit of a frustrated shot.
Saw something up above the eye line, and I think just felt that it was time to have a bit of a go.
But then it dipped.
Yeah, Skelton departing for 20, and Gloucestershire running out of batters. It's Alice Hill who comes out at number 9. Flip-flopping with Liv Daniels today. Yeah, she's certainly good for that second wicket, Olivia Thomas.
Oh, I think she thoroughly deserved it.
Well, you did say she had to hit the stumps to get her wickets, and
Yes.
she did that there. I don't know if Chloe Skelton needs to perfect the nutmeg, but that was possibly the ball to do it too. Well, why not? Yorkshire bring cover up. Only backward square leg back on the boundary now.
Oh, that she played down a line, but it wasn't the line that the ball ended up on. Just keeping an eye on the Glamorgan game. Lauren Parfitt is on 96 not out at the moment.
Yeah, I wonder. Be interested to follow that in terms of what Glamorgan decide to do going into their times in Tier 1. Pulled out of that in the end, did Hill.
That was oh, maybe not.
So I think Parfitt would be 33 when Glamorgan get Tier 1 status. I would love it if Lauren Parfitt got another go at that sort of level.
I mean, I would say this, wouldn't I? But that's actually really young in terms of, you know, there are lots of professional cricketers around who are in that age range. The women who are playing them tend to be that much younger. But I think Amy Campbell has shown us today somebody in your 30s with that accumulated experience is a really useful person to have around. And you mentioned in terms of the top run scorers, Sophie Devine was in there, Susie Bates.
Susie Bates, I think, was it third top? I'll get that list up again. I think third top scorer in Tier 1 this year. Yep, only Holly Armitage and Emma Lamb have scored more runs in the League One of the One Day Cup this year.
And how old is Sir James playing for Lancashire?
Yes, and getting wild card picks in a franchise competition as well.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, Well, I say I keep doing this. I try not to do this. I'm surprised I've done it then. It's not yet a franchise competition.
That's true. I didn't say anything about that one.
No,
We're
didn't,
getting there. Wait till next year.
Next year, it will be.
Yeah. Tickled down, backward a square there for a single. Daniels.
Yeah, we were having a bit of a chat earlier on about the players coming through Tier 1 and those players who might be pushing on the fringes of squads with a World Cup coming up, and a summer which, well, whilst starting off with several big victories against an understrength West Indies side, and you can only beat the team that's in front of you, etc., etc. But
flattered to deceive, is that the expression?
I did see an interview on the BBC Sport website with Charlotte Edwards where she said it's not a reality check, but you sort of wonder if it's not a reality check because actually, you know, it's more that actually, you know, the series were, I suppose, competitive, but also India, I think, clearly deserved to win both of them.
I think the other than those of us who are very familiar with women's cricket, a lot of the press coverage around particularly the England women's team sort of treats all the other countries that they're playing against as equal.
Yes.
And doesn't really acknowledge that actually, yes, West Indies have got one really good quality players and some other useful ones, but they've had a tricky time, and actually England should beat them. Whereas India, you're looking at a very different proposition. And I don't think that really comes over in the reporting that you see of it. No,
I suppose sometimes not. I guess it's more the concern that you're going to a 50-over World Cup in India, and India have already beaten you in your home conditions. Turn and pounce for Daniels to deal with. It is where you start thinking you need a rowing oar or something to try and slap deliveries like that away with.
Well, the run rate is almost up to 9 and over now, so. But honestly, at this stage, yes, I might say it's nearly 9 and over, but I can't quite work this batter out. This bowler out. She's got 2 more after this. Maybe I'll have a go after that.
Mm-hmm.
No, I saw that there was a little bit of criticism of what Charlotte Edwards had said, saying it wasn't a reality check. The other way of looking at that is that she already knows. She knew all of this.
That's exactly how I took it.
Yes, not is a reality.
She hasn't found out anything that she didn't know. She
No.
knew that India were very strong and were right there with England in terms of level already.
Yeah.
Appeal for LBW. It has turned, but it's
Yes.
been given out. Number 8 for Yorkshire, and the latest to depart, Alice Hill, and now Olivia Thomas is very much getting her reward. A 3 for, and it so often helps to have a wrist spinner to mop the tail up with. I think a couple of questions there. Did that pitch in line? Was it going on to hit the stumps? I think the answer to both questions may well be no, but anyway.
And we're looking at the other end there. It looks a bit tighter that way. She's on her way out. It's out, okay?
Indeed, the finger has gone up, and
it was a very good
not
ball.
much more to it than that.
Yeah. No,
I think it's also, and I'm sure at this point you must feel as though you are walking on eggshells a bit when it comes to the media and English women's cricket, because the general mood is one of just savagery for anything that might be said that doesn't fall completely in line with the narrative that's already pre-planned beforehand.
if I were in the public eye in any way, I wouldn't look at social media at all.
No.
Because there's so many quasi-experts out there who think they know better, and, you know...
No. But what I would say, though, is equally that has been allowed to develop by a certain sense of tone deafness that came before, and that's what makes Charlotte Edwards' job when it comes to dealing with the media, I think, incredibly tricky. And then when she says something like that, some people go, oh, well, I don't agree with that.
Yes,
It's Caitlin Belcher.
whereas we can sit here and say we know what she means.
Nuance seldom goes into a headline.
You know, I think most of the people in the know within women's cricket absolutely thought she was the right person to be doing that job, but she would need time to be able to make the things that she did. And this World Cup, I know there's been lots of matches, the India ones and the West Indies, but in terms to put your stamp on a team and to change things significantly, she's in a difficult position of you know, getting into that transitional period where you move from some of the long-standing players to the newer players. She's not had a lot of time to plan for that, really. So, I mean, I wish them well. I'd like them going in as underdogs. Maybe that's not the worst place to be. You know, maybe if you're going in as potentially one of the favourites, that puts more pressure on you.
I just think, though, that whilst they may go in as underdogs, and I think that was one of the other things that Charlotte Edwards said in that interview was, as Cooper bowls, was, you know, we drop one catch and suddenly we're a terrible fielding side. And yeah, I sort of get that, but at the same time, you know, those aren't comments that are being made off no basis at all. You can't suddenly erase what happened in October just because it's August now, you know what I mean? It's the same group of players, basically. Delicate shot from Daniels will just about bring a single, I think, although a direct hit, I think, might have had Belcher, but it wasn't quite a direct hit, so they get home.
She sprinted through at least as far as she'd run between the stumps, so she certainly was running past the stumps with pace. Yeah, I mean, I want to give them a chance. I want them to have the opportunity to do well. It will do them no harm, it being overseas.
Yes.
Other than the fact that the conditions in India may be a little bit difficult for them, but the microscope that they'd be under if they were here. I think sometimes...
Well, it's going to happen soon, though, isn't it?
It
T20
is.
World Cup coming right here to Bristol.
But that's, to me, what Charlotte Edwards' team around her need to really be aiming for. You know, they will go in and do their best to win the competition they've got imminently. But that's really where they will be on much more of a public stage then. And that's the real opportunity to really build on that momentum for women's cricket, is when they're here next summer, including at Bristol.
A tournament, of course. This is played into the offside. Good knockdown there at cover by Blackwell.
I can't get my head round all the having to book the tickets so early, because I have no idea what I'm doing next year yet.
No. I know what I'm doing in September. Good shot from Belcher over extra cover. And although it's a long boundary, yeah, it will do.
Yes, just hopped over there.
I didn't think that Belcher would be going out there and just looking to push and prod around, but that is really as good a shot as we've seen all innings. Lofted extra cover drive, stepped into it well, got more than enough bat on it to clear that fielder. One of the few boundaries that we've seen conceded by one of Yorkshire's off-spin bowlers, just the third in Cooper's 8 overs.
Just an update, Lauren Parfitt has now made her 100, but I think she might have been in the nervous 90s for a while, because she scored 8 off the last 5 overs.
Well, presumably they've still got that bonus point in hand.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I'm not sure that they have.
I think it looks like they're just concentrating on they'd lost a few wickets on the way, so
Yeah,
just making sure they get the win.
they might not be getting that. Gemma Porter's come in and scored 1 off 10, just when you just thought you'd need somebody to come in and hit a couple of boundaries, and I don't think they're going to get there. I think they need 19 off an over and a half for the bonus point. 40 overs when you're chasing, so
I think
yeah.
they've probably already got. They're on what, 24 points?
Yeah. they
So
may not
for
be too
them,
bothered.
bonus points are less important than perhaps they might be for Yorkshire, or that matter for Gloucestershire. But
Yeah, in terms of making that draw easier, I suppose. I don't know. So Woolston, the new ball operator, back. See if she can finish off this job for Yorkshire. They have made a fine job of it. I think it still would have been quite interesting to have seen where the game might have gone on another day from about the 35 over mark or so, but
it should be a wide. Yep,
Yeah.
it is.
but they have bowled as well as I think probably were expecting them to in defence of this score.
Yes.
Yeah, this new ball seamers nipped it about.
And although there've been some wides, no balls, I don't think.
Yeah,
And
then
that's what did for Worcestershire last week, wasn't it? It was the no balls as much as the wide
Yeah.
and the free hits that followed those.
and then that variety of spin as well.
Yeah.
Back towards the bowler and just dipping on her, I think, at the last moment. Yeah, they've had a good variety in this attack, and so we take another look there.
Oh, it was a drop.
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah.
I was just glad that came up again, because I
Yes,
just
thank you
suddenly
for that,
doubted
James.
myself. And yeah, Woolston off the fingertips there, a chance for her first wicket.
Nicely played down the fine leg there, but there is a fielder.
In fact, she is Woolston, and she's bowled well. She is the only bowler who's not taken a wicket. So wanting to join that
Yeah, they're doing their
column.
thing. Doing their thing of putting the fielder out again on the last ball, or last couple of balls.
I guess they do know that Belcher's more likely to go over
Yeah.
the top than Daniels as well, at this stage anyway.
Ooh.
That won't be over the top though. Simple catch for mid-off and taken.
And Woolston has her first wicket.
And there it is. Woolston striking for the first time, and 1 wicket away. Yorkshire from a successful trip to Bristol. As just coming into view there was the fielder running in from mid-off.
Well, we didn't think she was going to stand there and defend it, did we?
No, and I don't think
And
there would have been a
nor
great
should she
deal
have
of
done.
point in her. No,
No.
great deal of point in her doing so. We'll see how Alice Bird goes about things. I don't think she hasn't certainly batted quite as much as Belcher has this season, but hasn't played quite as much.
Yeah, can a bird be a rabbit?
Is that a riddle?
No, it's a question. It's getting towards the end of the game, Ed.
It is, that's true, yes, if ever there were a time for such silliness.
There we go. That's bird.
Oh, Yorkshire are still going to have a fielder down on the 3rd boundary.
Oh, I think I'd have a slip in
I
now.
would have a slip in as
I'd
well.
have a slip and a shorter mid-wicket
I was
in.
about to say short leg.
Oh, go for it. Go for it.
Why not? Get a lid out there. Nicely glanced. That could even be four. No.
There's a picked up there.
Diving stop, and then the
Oh, shit.
fielder throws it away.
She's trying to tempt them to go for another one.
Did her best.
No, I think she just dropped it. Just the single, though.
Kept the strike as well as Alice Bird.
Yes, whether she wanted to or not.
Right, well, it's been, I'm sure, a nice day out in the sunshine, but it has been, in the end, for those Gloucestershire fans that have made the trip in today after a late night last night as well.
Yeah.
Has it, in the end, been a case of admiring the quality from the opposition. 98 from Amy Campbell, and then the 61 also up top from Amelia Oliver. Showing real promise.
Yes, as we said before, though, this is what Gloucestershire need to know what they are aspiring to, and the sort of level of performance that they need to be aiming for.
And I think it's been so good to come into this game against, you know, on paper, some of the best opposition they'll come up against this season, with that feeling of, if we win this, then we're in the top four.
Yes.
Over the top attempted, but caught at mid-off, and that's the win. Yorkshire have wrapped up a handsome win by 150 runs exactly, as the final wicket falls to Ria Fackrell, and Gloucestershire bowled out for 131, and Yorkshire will take 5 points from this game. Another hefty net run rate boost for them as well, so they move into a very good position to make that top four still.
Yes, I mean, it's we knew that with at least one of their most successful batters not playing today, Georgia Cant, it was going to be a challenge, and that others would need to step up for Gloucestershire. To be fair, it didn't really look like anybody was set to be able to get the big score, and that was really in the face of some really good bowling by Yorkshire. The spinners were particularly impressive. You and I both enjoyed Olivia Thomas bowling particularly, and that was really good to watch, and you can see why they are a team that's on their way to Tier 1.
Indeed, yes, from pretty much all facets. Really, Yorkshire have shown that today, as they get the deserved applause as they walk off. Handshakes all round as ever, and that is, as I say, 150 runs the margin, so Yorkshire move on to 20 points in the table, and solidify that 4th spot, and effectively sort of a 10-pointer, I suppose, with Gloucestershire now 7 points behind Yorkshire with just a couple of fixtures to play with, so that doesn't leave a great deal of room. However, Gloucestershire will really want to finish this campaign on a high, whatever happens, and we will move on, as far as the women are concerned, to Bank Holiday Monday.
Indeed.
On the 25th, as Gloucestershire take on Kent here at Seat Unique Stadium. So do join Carol and myself for that one. As far as the men are concerned, tomorrow it's an attempt for Gloucestershire's men to go 5 wins out of 5 in the One-Day Cup as they take on Worcestershire, with the coverage from our colleagues over at Worcestershire available on the Gloucestershire website. But from Carol and myself, thank you very much for your company on a sunny Saturday late afternoon. We'll take our leave and be back with you on that Bank Holiday Monday. See you then.